Morning everybody, welcome to Solo ReacTalk. This morning I'm going to be reacting to Commander Farsight, 40k lore, voice acted by a Vox in a Void, made on the Amber King YouTube channel. Yes, this has been a request by multiple people. I'm finally here for Commander Farsight. I'm sorry guys that it's taken this long, but I'm finally here. And hopefully you guys will enjoy my reaction to this video. I already know about Commander Farsight. I've watched a video by the Templin Institute. It was a very long time ago, in fact, like maybe a year or 2 years back, that I reacted to a Commander Farsight video. And I know that Commander Farsight is a very capable warrior. He has some sort of photographic memory. He can memorize almost all information and use it to his advantage. I know that he was a very famous commander within the Tau Empire. I know that he had grudges with the Ethereals, and I know that he created his own enclave of, I think it was four systems, if I'm not mistaken, 4-star systems. And this enclave of systems that he controls are a separate empire of the Tauva, if I can say that. The what do they call their Tauva again? The greater good? Yeah, the greater good. It's a different sect, it's a different grouping of Tau people who are separate from the mother body, if I can say that. The Ethereals that were, a part of their culture, their civilization, is not part of the Farsight enclave, and therefore you could say that they are free from the shackles that the Ethereals have put upon the Tau people. Yeah, I know that Commander Farsight has a blade, the Dawn Blade, if I'm not mistaken, that's what it's called, and every time he kills someone, he gets the life energy of that person that he kills, and thus it makes his life extend even longer. And also I suspect that blade that he has, the Dawn Blade, is of demon creation, and he will be slowly but surely, subtly manipulated by chaos, just like, for instance, Fulgrim, how he also had a demon blade. No one suspected that he was going to be influenced by chaos, but he was eventually. So something similar is happening here with Commander Farsight, I suspect. I don't know, I could be wrong about that, but anything that is associated with the warp, demons are also involved in that type of situation. If you don't understand how it is made, or what is it made from, or the properties of this blade and its abilities, then definitely you are an ignorant target waiting to be puppeteered by the demons in the warp. Yeah, so I suspect that over time Farsight, Commander Farsight, will become a thrall of chaos. It's just a matter of time. That's what I think. Yeah, but that's as far as I get with Commander Farsight in what I know about him. So yeah, let us start now with the Amber King's video on Commander Farsight, Warhammer 40k lore. Oh yes, remember, if you want to check out the original video as well as the Amber King's YouTube channel, the links are going to be in the description below. And if you want to check out my reactions to other Warhammer 40k content created by YouTubers, especially the Amber King, the playlist card is going to be at the top right here for my reactions. Okay, let's start. 3, 2, 1, go.
Faith is a powerful force indeed, it is true. We have our own faith, not in one of our number raised to godhood, but in a mutual destiny that cannot be denied. Together, we shall inherit the stars, even if we must first cleanse them in blood.
Yeah, try. You can try. You can try.
The Tau are a welcoming people. Their advanced culture incorporates dozens of alien races, all willing comrades in the pursuit of the greater good. The philosophy of unity and selflessness known as the Tauvar. There is no violence within these cities. For one member of Tau society to attack another is all but unheard of. Criminals and those who waste the lives of their fellows are simply exiled. The threat of banishment from the metropolis is punishment enough to ensure all participants strive for harmony. The Tau themselves are the benevolent guides and helpers of this culture. They are formed into groups, or castes, each with its own vital function within society. The Earth castes are the most numerous. They are the medics, builders, fabricators, and engineers of Tau society, forming the vital foundation of our culture. The water castes are our diplomats and ambassadors. They are often the first Tau to bring the way of the Tauvar to prospective allies. You may have seen them in the flesh already. The air castes are our pilots and messengers. We sometimes call them the invisible castes, for they are rarely seen. They prefer the low gravity of high orbit and thrive on the sensation of flying high. The fire castes are the honorable defenders of our way of life. When an outside factor threatens the greater good and the freedom it represents, these warriors are there to defeat it swiftly and efficiently. Their bravery is complemented by the best weapons technology in the galaxy.
The best weapons technology in the galaxy? Excuse me? Are we going to just imagine that the Eldar do not exist? Are we just going to imagine that the Necrontyr do not exist? Excuse me? Sit down. Sit down. You child.
United, these four castes work under the Tauvar's leaders, laboring ceaselessly alongside their allies to ensure the greater good provides the best quality of life. Our technology and habitation is free and readily available to all, not just for the Tau, but for anyone who puts aside their troubles to join our vision of a healthy and happy society. You can be part of it. You will be part of it. Our destiny is to unite the stars. The wise man embraces it. He and his kin will reap the rewards for the rest of his life.
The wise man would read the document's fine print. The wise man would scrutinize the empire. The wise man would question its leadership. The wise man would not just allow himself to be fed. He would learn how to feed himself or herself. That's not a wise man. That's a fool who just accepts everything that the Tau Empire gives them.
The fool will fall by the wayside, cold and hungry.
So, do you have a name?
At least there's an Inquisitor. Inquisitor log. Okay, yeah, subject ethereal. Oh, you guys captured an ethereal. Wow. That's impressive. That's impressive. Okay, maybe I should write down his name here. Ethereal. That's really impressive. The fact that they captured an ethereal. Because those guys are heavily protected and heavily guarded by the Tau.
Oh, come now. I know you understand me. My servant Dal'yth tells me you've been trying to convince him to release you for hours. Your command of our language is very impressive.
What do you want with me?
Simply to learn, my nameless friend.
And then dissect you. We need to understand how is it that you guys manipulate the other castes. How is it that they follow you blindly like that? We need to dissect you.
Forgive my incredulity. Your race has never struck us as interested in learning.
Okay.
Mercifully, we aren't all alike. For example, Owen, that's what your caste is called, yes? I should be delighted if you would tell me all that you know about the Tal'var.
Oh, so Aun means ethereal. Oh, alright. I thought his name was Aun. Okay.
The Tauva. I dare say you think you already know all there is to know. Very well. If I am denied the company of my own people, I can at least represent their righteousness.
Their righteousness. Ugh. My gosh.
The Tauva is the one true pathway. Where Guelas place your faith in a god that can affect your life not at all, the Tauva brings every Tau to contentment.
But what is it?
Selflessness, you would call it. The greater good. The knowledge that staring inwards one finds only solitude, but by staring outwards, by devoting oneself to the race and its quest for perfection, there is harmony and peace.
An ongoing quest. So you admit your empire is not yet perfect?
Of course not. What is? The Tauva is the path, Guela, not the destination.
And the path will continue to churn and to evolve, and there'll be excuses for the path to continue to garner more power and authority over the Tau people. You're not fooling me, Ethereal. You're not fooling me.
You Greyskins all just agree to follow the same path.
Is that so hard to believe? Why should we rail against that which makes the most sense? Each Tau is free to choose their destiny.
They are free? They are not free. The fact that you guys have a caste system, it just proves that you guys are not free.
That they all choose the Tauva is merely testament to its righteousness.
And it's not that they choose the Tauva. There hasn't been any other option offered to them. From the moment they are born in their castes. They are taught in their castes. They are taught to venerate you, ethereals, as their leaders, and not to question it. Now, in that type of society, how do you develop a new way of life? With that sort of suppression or oppression on the people. How do you get any sort of new ideas being born out of this kind of stagnant position that your empire is in? Please, please, save it.
It is a unifying ideal.
Unifying? Ah, yes. I've heard that argument before. And what happens when you find someone who doesn't want to be unified? Eh? Subjugation.
You missed the point. The greater good is no mere diversion, no empty godhood in which we place our faith. It is a necessity, human. It is the only thing that can save the galaxy from itself.
Okay, yeah.
We have a saying, Aurok Shothri Sokon Shatauva. Unity comes to all things in time.
Whether they like it or not. All right. Another question. What do you know of Oshova?
You think yourself cleverer than me, Guela, but I assure you...
Evading my question isn't clever, Owen. Just a sign that I've hit a nerve.
Oh yeah, I like this Inquisitor. Yes, cook him.
I ask you again, what do you know of Oshova? What do you know of Commander Farsight?
Oh yeah, that's his name. Okay. Oshova. Alright.
Let me start you off. It's a story I heard from a trader at the edge of the Damocles Gulf. Seems this Oshova was a great hero of yours in the Firecast. Genius at whatever he did, just so long as what he was doing was fighting. Isn't that how it is with you, Tau? Watercast to talk and debate, Aircast to shuttle you around, Earthcast to do the dirty work.
Where's the freedom?
Everyone with their niche. No interbreeding, no intermixing. So, Shova sets off to reclaim some colonies, and naturally, there's an ethereal in charge. Except, Leon gets killed, and Oshova ends up in command. Suddenly, there's no one reminding him about the bloody Talvar, and he's a long way from home. So what does he do, Aun? I mean, like you said, the Talvar is something you choose to follow. Yes? Surely Oshova would have carried on with the peace and tranquility crap despite it all, Aun.
Surely. Since it's the only choice available to the Tau, it's the only choice available to civilized people to join, the Tova. What is it called again? The greater good. Surely. But he did not. He did not.
Except he didn't. He set up on his own. His very own little empire. Without you ethereals telling him what to do. Without your wretched Talvar running his life. You said it yourself, On. Why should we rail against that which makes most sense? Well, maybe it only makes sense whilst you lot are in charge.
Thank you, Inquisitor. Thank you. I don't like your grouping, but hey, there are times where you guys just shine so brightly, and it feels so good to be human again. I'm serious. Oh yes. This is what I want to hear. Oh yes, definitely. Because, there are some people who also say, oh no, the Tau are a good faction in Warhammer 40k. There's no such thing as a good faction in Warhammer 40k. There's just degrees of bad or evil. Theirs is very light compared to other factions, but they are just as evil and as capable of committing atrocities like each and every single faction in this galaxy. There are no good guys here. If you want to believe that the Tau under the command or the control of the Ethereals is some happy utopian existence, you are being fed lies. But don't worry. The Imperium of Man will save you. We will save you. We will give you the Emperor's mercy. Oh, that's how you call it. Oh, huh? Oshova. Okay, no, I think that's a different person probably. Or maybe it is Oshova. I'm not sure. Okay, let me write that down. Osho.
Wherever we have cast our gaze in this galaxy, we have seen only the dead and the dying, and those intent only upon casting themselves into burning pyres of their own making. That is why we shall ultimately prevail, for we are different. We are united. We are determined. And we cannot fail, but embrace the manifest destiny into which we are born.
Manifest destiny. Ugh.
The greater good, the Tau Va, the manifest destiny of unity for all sentient life, the responsibility to work together and to ensure the greatest good for the greatest number. Why should we rail against that which makes most sense? Why did one who had assumed the hero's mantle turn his back upon the greater good? Shas O, Viola Shova, Kais Monter, High Command of the Second Sphere of Expansion.
Wait, those were his names or titles? My gosh.
Leader of the Fire Caste, the High Commander, Farsight. Once the greatest hero the Tau Empire had to offer, now a name expunged from the annals of Tau history. One whose academies and statues have been torn down as the memory of the traitor is suppressed. But who is Commander Farsight? How did the embodiment of Tau pride become a source of its greatest shame? His story begins in the 41st millennium. Osho, born to the fire cast upon the Tau-sept world of Viola.
Osho comes from Viola. Okay. Alright.
The young Tau reflected the heat and ferocity of his volcanic home, the hot temperament of the Violans known to be greater than their fellow fire castes. Growing within the confines of the blooming empire of the Tau, the unifying philosophy was poured into his growing mind, the greater good, the Tau Va, the impediment to act with the best interests of the collective in mind. All Tau and sentient life were given the manifest destiny to create utopia, a place of harmony and balance. It was born from the ashes of the Mon Tau, the death age millennia ago, a story that frightened the young children. With all the wonder of a child, the young Osho cowered in fear. The tale was retold of this age of darkness. Upon their home world of Tau, the various castes fought like primitives, the short and stout earth caste, the muscular and hot-tempered fire caste, the tall and light air caste, and the bureaucratic water caste. Divergent species that warred across the plains and deserts of the temperate world of Tau. Violence, disease, and the struggle to survive in simple mud huts was the height of Tau existence, as all subspecies huddled around simple fires, afraid of the dark. A slow decline was the destiny for all Tau, until they arrived. Enlightenment, hope, guides to reach the dawn and lift the Tau from the darkness into a new, brighter age. The fifth caste, the Aun, the Ethereals.
So, I'm still wondering whether the Ethereals are actually terrestrial, beings that belong to the planet of the Tau, or are they extraterrestrial? Do they come from outside of their planet and they just crash landed on Tau? What is the homeworld's name again? Is it Tauva? Wow, yes, the homeworld of the Tau. Did they crash land on the planet and then they saw these primitives and they decided that, we're going to manipulate them, we're going to control them, we're going to make them our thralls, and we're going to create a new society here based on our teachings. I'm just wondering about that. Or are the Ethereals created from an anomaly from the warp? Possibly. That could also be a possibility, because the type of control they have over the people, the Tau people, it is strange. It's very strange. It actually reminds me of how the Emperor of Mankind has this aura around him that just makes people bend their knees before him, just wanting to worship him, or wanting to cry, or just loving the emperor just by his pure presence in front of them. in front of human beings, or even the Primarchs when they are in front of their Astartes. They have this feeling inside them that just compels them just to kneel before their Primarch or to love their Primarch. I think that's due to the gene seed inside Astartes, but probably it's something similar here with the Ethereals. I don't know what type of pheromones are they excreting, or is it some sort of psyche or mental ability that they have, that they're able to influence their people to such an extent. I'm not sure, but definitely they are a strange bunch. How did they come about? We still don't know. How is it that they're able to control the society for so long? We still don't know. But definitely there is something strange about them.
Feotan. The siege of the infamous city had cost a mountain of blood. An alliance of fire-cast plain dwellers, an air-cast Tau laid siege to the mightiest fortress city of the earth-cast builders. Nearly 7,000 beings dwelt within the great citadel, and in vain, all attempts at diplomacy have been brushed off by the ferocious plain dwellers. Death was the only outcome they desired, until, striding forth from the dust and darkness, like a moment of mythology itself, tall strangers approached the besiegers and the besieged. They were tall, their features serene, and their aura one of such placidity it was as if the flame of the warrior spirit was snuffed out before them. Both the plains warriors and the builders felt their pulses raise. The scrutiny of these ethereals was overwhelming, but yet they found that they craved it. They wanted to listen to them, to give what they could to help these strangers. Peace dawned as the philosophy of the greater good finally reached the ears of the plains and builder town. Unity, harmony, and prosperity, all Tau underneath one banner, where the collective would work together in the role the greater good needed them to fulfill. From the plains to the skies, from the builders to the mountains, all of the Tau joined the Ethereals, birthing the Tau Empire, a story the young Osho burned into his core as he learned of his role in the greater good and what it demanded from him. From the plains of Tau, now in the ranks of the Firecast, Osho would be the defender of the greater good, a warrior. It began in the training domes of Violas's capital city on Montair. Physical regiments, education and indoctrination of the code of fire. The battle tome of the Firecast way of war was absorbed by the growing Osho. But the hot temperament ran even hotter in this Violan, more than even his fellows, as an insatiable desire to learn consumed him. The desire to serve the greater good, and in his heart of hearts, his hunger for battle, where both beasts needed to be fed. He wasn't the strongest, or the fastest, nor even the biggest, but this young Tau was a cut above the rest. Knowledge being the tool that gave him the edge, the ability to not just react well, but to plan, to factor in more information into his strategies. Learning to predict his instructor's challenges, he would exude a brilliance that caught the eye of many. Some saw the rise of this young Firecast as troublesome. Shah Khan Thras, a voice among the few dissenters who decried the unorthodox nature of Osho's thinking. Some instructors wishing to finally teach him a lesson, attempted sabotage.
Is that right to do to such promising military officers? Does the greater good allow for such, jealousy and sabotaging of your fellow Tau members, especially those belonging to your caste?
In the young Osho into a near hopeless live fire war dome exercise. Osho was furious, but in their efforts to outwit the young startup, he proved himself, choosing to sacrifice his own life in the simulation for a teammate. A choice made in line with the greater good. More dissent came over his time in training, but
Like, I don't get it. He is an exemplary soldier of the greater good. He is something that you guys should all be aspiring to achieve. And yet, for some reason, this highly moral and ethical society, especially those belonging to the Fire caste, see him as a threat. Why? Why do you see someone who is such an exemplary soldier for the greater good as a threat to your order? Already, at a young age as he is right now, he is an asset, but you see him as a threat to your career as a military officer. Very sad. The greater good
was all drowned out, as a chorus of praise reached even the ears of the one who wore the hero's mantle, the legendary Commander Puretide, master of the Kion, Monat, and Montcar strategies, the mind that had birthed the very codes and teachings the Firecast took to war. The very...
Wait, it's Puretide. Okay.
sight of Commander Puretide filled Osho with awe, as if to be in his presence was a gift. He was the hero, and Osho would never admit how he used to draw him as a child.
And Commander Puretide is not an ethereal, he is of the Fire caste. Okay.
The young Firecast from Viola would be one this legend would look out for in the years to come. But war, the underlying path that rang hot in the Violan's blood, finally arrived, as Osho joined his fellow Firecast upon the front lines of the expanding empire, finding himself under the command of another legend amongst the Tau, Commander Dawnstone.
Commander Dawnstone. Okay.
The Arakan, the spider-like Xenos had made the mistake of rejecting the greater good, drawing these two empires into a brutal conflict. The conflict within the catacombs of the Arakan's home was a horrifying experience for Osho. Blood and death surrounded him. Even his own leg was severed off by a disgusting mandible of this foul enemy.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But you kept on fighting, right?
Conflict after conflict, he survived. He improved, even daring a Monat assassination against the ruling Arakan. And when duty called, Osho used his own body to shield Commander Dawnstone. A final act he was certain was his death. But Osho awoke, confused, disorientated, his body buzzing with the adrenaline of battle, only to find his commander staring down upon him. It wasn't real. His leg was never gone. It had all been a test, a simulation. But
wow. This is all just a test? To prove what? That he's a exemplary soldier of the greater good? Sure.
Before his features could contort with anger and confusion, he was given answers.
So the arachnid or arachnide bug civilization doesn't exist? That was all just part of the simulation? Okay.
It had been a test like no other, because Osho was special. The instructors had seen it, seen that he was worthy to be challenged. A trial for the ultimate responsibility of the Tau Va, of what the greater good would ask of him. A chance to be at the side of a legend, Commander Puretide. He was overwhelmed. The responsibility, the excitement, the dread, all rushing over the young Tau as he was shipped to his new home. To Dal'yth, the Corsept world Osho travelled, leaving Viola his home for the first time, and travelling to the stars. Upon the freezing slopes of Mount Kanji, Osho stared, and for the first time in his life, he saw snow, an enigma to one born to the fiery wastes of his homeworld. To the summit he would have to travel. There awaited a trial unlike anything he had seen before, a test to see if he was worthy enough to become a pupil of Master Puretide.
Nice. Wow, I don't think many people get this opportunity. So yeah, take it with both hands. You're not Farsight just yet. You're Osho. Yes, Osho. Take it with both hands. You have a very, very good opportunity here.
I no longer answer to that name. I have the rank of commander and you will address me accordingly.
Oblatai merely raised his muscular shoulders a fraction, his broad face as impassive as a glacier.
Commander Brightsword draws a reasonable conclusion,
said Osho.
There's so many commanders. Brightsword. Okay, Commander Brightsword.
Putting an end to the matter before the young warrior's temper flared any further.
Yet there remains another.
You think these primitive ones capable of setting up a carry-on strategy?
The Greenskins have a brutal cunning, I hear. Perhaps they let us approach unhindered in the hope of gaining a new opportunity.
Orcs.
It is as Master Puretide taught us.
Stepping over to his command throne and tapping a sequence, a plate-sized holographic drone rose silently from the throne's wide armrest.
Proceed.
Smoothly, a high-resolution hologram of a Firecast officer resolved within the commune bay. He was tall, upright, and clad in full formal dress. From his domed head a long topknot was banded with many honorific rings. His posture was upright as a battlesuit at an ethereal's grand arrival.
Greetings, Shaz Ovasya Astos. We look forward to fighting alongside you.
Please, simply call me Shavastos. I am not worthy of the rank of commander, not whilst Arkunasha bleeds.
The Arkunashan met Osho's gaze and bowed stiffly.
Arkunashan. Is that the name of their people or a planet?
Sincerity radiating from his features.
Shasoviola Shokais Montis. I bow to you.
Wow. Okay, I'm getting lost. But, yeah, alright. Let me just write down the name of... What is it? Arkunashan. Yeah.
This is a day I have long awaited. It is a privilege to meet a student of the legendary Master Puretide.
Your protocol is immaculate. Still, I urge you to speak plainly. We must discuss matters of military advancement. Time is short.
Shavastos looked taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered his composure. Osho blink flickered the screen at the side of his command throne, and on the curving screens behind Oblatai, a set of gently curving lines resolved over a map of Arkunasha.
Our vectors of approach are clear. The Orcs have put no impediment in our path, so we shall simply land at Biodome 1-1 and make immediate rendezvous.
I await your arrival with hope and a clear mind. It is said you are Master Puretide's brightest pupil. The Orcs have been largely inactive since our withdrawal into the biodomes, but we know the locations of their bases. With your famous inner light illuminating our way, the path to victory will soon become clear.
I'm afraid there is no victory. If your planet is infested with orcs, it's going to be infested with orcs for life. For life. Because, the orcs reproduce through, what are they called? Like their body excretes some sort of like seedlings onto the floor once they die. So each and every single orc you kill, there's going to be some seeds coming out of them and being germinated in the ground of your planet. And they will come back. Just give them a few weeks and you'll see another horde of orcs roaming around your planet. So this is not going to end anytime soon. Yeah, there's no victory. It's just going to be a party. Every single year, there's going to be a party on that planet.
Osho frowned slightly, but he did not reply. He could feel a dangerous heat building in his chest, a hunger for the conflict to start. The idea of deliberate inactivity chafed at his soul.
It is a shadow upon my honor. that not all of our people will be able to properly celebrate your arrival.
He made the gesture of conciliation.
For the sake of the greater good, observe no more formality, Shavastos.
Snapped Osho.
Yeah, Savastos, you talk too much. Let's get down to the business at hand. Let's stop kissing people's asses and let's start working. I'm with Commander Farsight here. Or Osho. Yes, I'm with Osho here. Stop it.
Is a war. Though by all accounts you are no longer fighting it. Those stranded in the outlying biodomes are starving. An estimate suggests the orcs outnumber us by 398 to 1.
So my officers tell me, Commander Sho.
Your tone indicates disagreement,
said Osho, his voice edged with warning.
I offer contrition, Commander, but our aircast pilots believe the ratio you mentioned is worsening daily.
Perhaps, O patient one. Your orc visitors have hidden auxiliary forces within their asteroid craft.
That was my conclusion too. Yet, high-orbit drone scans reveal no additional life signs emerging from their asteroid bases.
You have another theory, perhaps?
My primary Earthcast advisor, Fio Elvesa, believes they are reproducing. Or still, our readings indicate they are slowly increasing in stature.
Osho sighed, heavily. The Tau had encountered the orcs before, but they were a long way from understanding them. The notion of a foe that grew stronger the more you fought it was unsettling indeed.
Constructive stalemate is of no use against these pests, Shavastos. The code of fire is clear. The orcs must be either quarantined or annihilated. We should scour them from Arkunasha for good.
Ideally so,
replied Shavastos, nodding sagely.
Though their numbers are too great for my cadres to meaningfully affect. If anything, it is the orcs who are quarantining us.
For now. I cannot guarantee a swift resolution to this war, but I do know that further delay will only worsen matters. We must act. Test the mettle of this horde and find its weak spot.
It was said that the orcs lived to fight. They were not alone. A part of Osho yearned for the clamor of war, the thrill of battle.
No, Osho. Yes, you have the thrill of battle. You have that fire in you to fight and to have combat. But you're not an orc, okay? You're not an orc. You're not like them. There are levels to this type of things. This is them at the top, and this is you at the bottom. You don't even compare in terms of wanting to fight, wanting to be at battle. They exist for it. They enjoy the thrill of it. They grow from battle. Their main purpose of their existence is to fight. There's nothing that you guys can compare with when it comes to the orcs. Respect your enemy. Understand your enemy. Understand that they are willing to do whatever means necessary to have a good scrap. Are you prepared to do the same? No. You have civilians to protect. So you guys are not at the same level.
Spilling of blood and the exhilaration of the righteous kill. The urge to do violence resided within him, coiled like a slumbering worm. The light of every new sun throws shadows of its own, muttered Osho under his breath.
I beg repetition, Commander.
We hope to turn the tide in our favor very soon, Commander Shavastos.
Interrupted Brightsword smoothly.
Is there any additional information you have to impart?
Yes. The Arkunashan storms. They are unpredictable in the extreme, far more so than you may have been briefed. They have been seen to change direction without warning, snatching up those who stray too close. However, I believe them to be nothing more sinister than a quirk of meteorology.
Oh, this sounds like something dealing with warp anomalies on the planet. If this storm can just change direction without any notice or without any sort of cause and effect of why would it change course without natural explanation to it, then definitely this has got to do something with the warp. And since you guys are filled with your logic and you don't want to believe in the supernatural or in the existence of the immaterial universe, you won't understand what this is about. But you will learn. Like everybody else in this galaxy, you will learn. The painful way.
Interesting choice of words,
said Osho, his eyes narrowing. The Arkunashan commander's posture stiffened slightly, and he glanced away at something the holographic drone could not see. Osho noted it as a point for later pursuit.
I simply mean to say it is wise to give these phenomena a wide berth. Elvesa has devised an optimum formula for dispersal.
At this, the hologram Shavastos tapped a finger on the cuff-mounted control node. Almost instantaneously, data spooled across the curved screens behind Oblati's domed head.
I assume your cadres are busy re-establishing supply lines, Commander Shavastos.
We are making every attempt, Honored One. My sub-commander Tudor Shakanthas is striking hard and then withdrawing before retaliation.
Osho scowled involuntarily at the name. Memories of the training dome regimes rose unbidden. So many cycles ago now, but the scars lingered on.
Ultimately, though, the presence of so many Orc aircraft denies any chance of large-scale resupply. To move even a single supply ship into place has been to attack a Vespid nest. Until today, of course.
As he spoke, the Arkunashan commander smiled ever so slightly. In that single facial tick, Osho saw the commander's desperate need to believe in imminent salvation.
This is not a war that can be won with open confrontation, Commander. We will break them using the weapons of the mind as well as the gauntlet. A lesson Master Puretide was keen to impress upon me.
Osho nodded. Shavastos made the curled finger of question yet to come.
May I ask you to expound, Commander?
Osho rose from his command throne. He walked to the edge of the row of delegates and turned back, padding with perfect balance up the slender span of the white alloy curving over the seating bay. Stretching up to the ornamental spars above, he took down one of the crossed ceremonial swords that crested the top of the bridge. The commander leapt off the span, his cloak billowing out. As he landed in a crouch atop his command throne, he punched the sword point down, right through the seat's cushioned arm. The assembled officers watched in shock as Osho wrenched the hilt from one side, the snap of his blade startlingly loud in the awed silence.
The way of the broken sword. Divide and slaughter.
Okay, divide and slaughter. But what are you going to do? Okay, no, let me be patient. Let's see what he's going to do. I know there is one way to dismantle a horde, and that is to take out their leadership, take out the bosses, and then they'll fight amongst each other. Their numbers will start dwindling, and you'll be able to clean up what's ever left. However, like I've stated before, more orcs are still going to be popping up. Just give them a few weeks or so, and new orc young ones will start popping up from the ground, and the entire cycle will happen all over again. So the best that you can do is just contain the orcs, but you can't really eradicate them all. I think I don't know, maybe there is a way that you can do that, but I've never heard of a way of eradicating the orcs completely, even the seeds that are germinating under the ground. Yeah, I'm not sure how to take out those orcs, but the orcs on the surface, kill the bosses, kill anyone that's important, and the orcs will start fighting against each other. Then you can clean up the rest. Okay, so that's how you pronounce the word Arkunasha. Oh wow. What I wrote here. Okay. Let me cancel this one out because it's wrong. Alright.
Arkunasha. The red waste approached in the horizon as Osho stared. The rust-filled waste home to the domed colonies of the Tau were under attack. The Orcs, ones whose brutish ways rejected the wisdom of the greater good, had to be annihilated. A task assigned to the student of Puretide's teachings. Thinking back to those cold months upon Mount Kanji, filled Osho with equal parts of reminiscence and dread. The training had been by far the most brutal and draining experience of his entire life. A battle for survival against the freezing elements and the mountain leopards that stalked its steep slopes. There were others alongside him. Case and Shasera, warriors.
Case and Shasera. Okay.
Warriors of unprecedented abilities. They were given scars that would be with them forever. Memories of a cold so bitter it would haunt him in the night. And not just their bodies were tested. Their minds were filled with the greatest teachings and wisdom of the greatest Tau warrior and strategist the Empire had ever seen, Master Puretide.
So, Master Puretide had 3 apprentices under his pupillage. It was Osho, Case, and Anjasera. Alright.
The Montcar. The assassination assault became Osho's specialty, reflecting his own inner desire to end the battle in a quick, decisive strike. Osho left a different being, honed like a whetstone to a blade. His body and mind the best of what Tau doctrine could offer. Something to be tested in the war brewing over the rust plains of the hellscape Arkunasha. Shavastos, leader of the garrison, welcomed the pupil of Puretide with a reverence that spoke of an underlying desperation. Domes that housed the Tau colonies had been under siege for months, years even. Food and resources were running low as the malnourished people begged for salvation. Osho felt for them. He was going to save these people. It was his duty, his role as the protector of the greater good and its people. The Orcs outnumbered the Tau forces by hundreds to 1. The very advantage of the Tau's long-range weapons were mitigated by the strange conditions of this world. Ghost storms, some had whispered, appeared to seep into the clashing battles between the two sides. Razor winds that cut even through Tau armor, tearing all sides to ribbons in their wake. An almost ominous behavior to them, causing paranoia in the Tau ranks.
The warp.
Besides the old veteran and previous superior Oblatai and Osho's own pupil Brightsword, the commander prepared his strategy. The Montcar, the assassination. Osho had studied these Orcs, saw how the loss of their leadership led to brutal infighting. Cut off the head and the body dies. A plan that had been put into action immediately as the hordes of greenskins came charging across the dunes. The prospect of battle with new arrivals was like a moth to a flame. The guttural wave of noise shocked Osho, a tide of undisciplined Orcs unlike anything he'd ever witnessed in person before. The Tau guns boomed, Tasma beams roaring into the oncoming horde, as Osho and his battlesuit cadre roared into the air, popping the heads of the larger Orc leaders. Osho, Oblatai, Brightsword, and Shavassos slammed into the Orc lines, greenskin bodies tumbling and breaking apart in arcs of brilliant cobalt light. The brute's attempt to surround him was futile, Osho using his ability to expand his perception to 2 points. The unique lessons of Mount Kanji used a deadly effect. Greenskin leaders were burst and sliced apart, until Brightsword made a dash for the warlord himself.
Wow, okay. Good luck, Osho.
Duel a clash of primitive Orc machinery versus sleek Tau ingenuity. But the Orcs' raw ferocity was like a tidal wave. The warlord leapt forward, grabbing the flight suit and shredding it to pieces.
Yikes.
As Osho saw to his horror, flecks of blood leak from the gaps. Osho dived in, saving his pupil at the last second, as munitions and orcs clawed at them. Osho stared back, seeing the mountain of orcs dead, and how it meant nothing. In fact, it only energized the growing horde. The orcs began to pour over Tau ground defenses, the sight unleashing a rage like acid in his veins.
But like I said, there are levels to these type of situations. Where you think that, I'm powerful, I'm yearning for conflict, for combat, to fight the enemy, it's nothing compared to the orcs. This is what they enjoy, this is what and who they are. It's on a different plane of mental fortitude and understanding when it comes to the orcs, when it comes to war. It's not a tradition or a culture or a teaching. It is grafted into their DNA. It's who they are. There are levels to it. And you were at the bottom.
His strategy had failed, and Osho knew it. His tactics had only brought vitality to the enemy, and in turn had brought the battle to the doorstep of the greater domes. Retreating to the council's chamber, the senior Tau gathered, a meeting held under the sway of the ethereal Aun Tal, his very presence spreading awe and nervousness throughout all present. The decrying came immediately, as many voiced their admonishment of Osho and his actions. Shavastos, Brightsword, and even the veteran Oblatai voiced their support, only to be cut off by an unguarded outburst by Osho. The behaviour before an ethereal utterly shocking. Guilt washed over Osho. His unkindness to his friend Oblatai, the failure at the battle, and now the dead Tau lies on his shoulders.
But at least you tried something, You tried something, Osho. Yes, you failed. It's okay. Well, it's not okay, but it's okay. You'll learn from this entire situation. Yeah, and try again.
And his behaviour. But then true despair consumed him, as Aun Tal told him he had failed the Tau Var today, and he was to be removed from the Caste Council, banished to fight in exile to the northern wastes.
That's a bit excessive, don't you think? Yeah, okay, he failed, but come on, to exile him? Man, these ethereals.
Osho left disgraced, but his mind still wondered about their enemy. He had made a mistake, so he needed more information to make the right choice, to form a strategy that would lead to victory. Inside the medical bay, Osho and Oblatai strode, the pristine conditions a stark contrast to the storm-raging dust dunes of Arkunasha. Upon a great slab of ravaged body of an orc, Osho had Percy taken from the field of battle lay, the flat smile of Ovesa unnerving them, the unorthodox reputation of the Earth-caste scientist.
What's his name? Ovese, okay. I should say Earth-caste scientist. Okay.
Known even to them, Osho had come to study, to understand better the weaknesses of their foe, even as the sights and machinery unnerved his friend Oblatai. Up close, the monstrous muscular form of the orc was imposing, such brutish strength, with a savage mind. Electrical stimuli test shocked the corpse, despite the Firecast warning, and then to their horror, like Frankenstein's monster, a roar bellowed from the now moving greenskin. Red eyes glared at Osho as the wild beast lunged at him, an arm grabbing Osho by his neck, the light fading as he heard a chorus of orders yell from Ovesa start to fade. Oblatai slammed into the brute as Osho drew his ceremonial bonding knife and stabbed viciously. The orc roared and slammed Oblatai away. Osho struck and pummeled the orc until he too was thrown across the room, his ribs breaking upon impact.
What were you guys thinking? You guys fight these orcs on the surface. You understand the type of strength and abilities they have. What are you doing, awakening this orc in a place that's got no security? You haven't tied the orc down to the table, to the examination table. You don't have security guards. Guys, have precautions before you experiment on an orc. Come on. I thought you guys were intelligent. What is this? This is embarrassing. Even the Imperium of Man, before they start examining orcs, they kill them, making sure that they are dead, and then they dissect the bodies. What are you guys doing? Ugh.
Drawing from the surgical tools around him, he charged again, slashing and gutting the beast, putting it back into the rest of the grave. Calm returned, until Osho looked over to his friend, his bonding knife sticking out from his chest. He was going to live, he told him, but Oblatai met his friend's gaze one last time, uttering with the last of his strength, "Sho, you must keep your focus. We must rise above the beast within." The old veteran's body collapsed to the floor.
Wow, so Oblatai is dead. Okay.
His blood staining the sacred bonding knife, a sight that would haunt Osho forever. White, hot rage, a knuckle-clenching fury so deep swallowed Osho. Why didn't he follow the Ethereal's orders immediately? If he had left when he was supposed to, Oblatai would still be alive. So much blood.
He was going to die. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow or the next day. Oblatai was going to die. At least he'll die in your arms right now, Osho. Yeah. Besides, I think what you're doing here is good. You're taking the initiative to try to understand your enemies. Yes, there's going to be risks. But in this case, maybe you should have had more security measures. You should have made sure that for any eventuality, making sure that the orc would be restrained and that there would be security guards within the research station, wherever you guys are exactly. Maybe you should have had those precautions, but I understand your initiative in trying to understand your enemy. And there's nothing wrong with that. This was a mistake. You guys did not expect the orc to be this powerful, this strong after it being electrocuted. You did not expect that. And that's okay. Yeah.
Was literally and figuratively on his hands. He forced himself to think, to wallow in the mistakes since his arrival upon Arkunasha. To the hangar bay Osho strode, preparing to ride out to the waste as promised. If he could learn more about the enemy, he would do so. And if this mission cost him his life in the service of the greater good, so be it. But deep down he knew he also felt a desire to slay some greenskins. Gone was the livery of the Violan pattern. In its place a deep crimson adorned his battle plate, and like how his bonding knife was stained with the blood of a friend, his armour would be stained with the colour of blood, an honour to the dead of Arkunasha, a reminder for the price of failure. They had been drained of blood, an odd feature Osho noticed as he stared down upon the orc corpses. The ghost storms, the strange tornadoes of death that had plagued both sides, the rumours and information Osho had found had been suppressed by the Ethereals.
No surprise there.
Something he did not question, even as he felt an anger rise within. Osho returned from the wastes, piles of all corpses left in his wake, the victim of a rage that needed to be vented. To the scientist Ovesa he turned, even as he felt a resentment for his part in the tragic death of Oblatai. Compiling the information together, it became clear. These ghost storms were not a phenomenon, they were weapons. A relic of the world's previous inhabitants to drive off the orc menace. Weapons drawn to bloodshed like thirsting predators. Clarity hit him like a wave. This was a centre on which he could turn the tide of this war. He had made mistakes, but failure can often be the greatest teacher. It takes more than just to regurgitate wisdom, the lessons of Puretide. It had to be lived. Osho, the warrior in the crimson suit, returned. To the caste council and officers he strode, the planet's salvation in hand. On a data hololithic he showed the savage, but yet brutal orcs. In unison 216 Mont cars roared from the sky. The orcs' mechanics and mech boys were picked off, the roaming hordes grinding to a halt as their mismatched machines broke down. The parameters of orc leadership were expanded, as long-range cadre snipers and battlesuits began bursting the heads of thousands of orcs. The infighting began immediately, a mosh pit of violence and blood that drew in titanic storms of razor wind and sand. Tornadoes of death began to ravage the infighting orcs, the death count rising by the second, leaving piles of greenskin corpses drained of blood. Everything going according to Osho's design. Every action and reaction perfectly accounted for, almost like he had predicted the future.
I don't know if Arkunasha's storms are actually a weapon designed to kill orcs. I'm not entirely sure about that. Like I said before, I suspect that it is some sort of warp storm. And the orcs are extremely adaptable to any sort of situation on any planet. They can adapt. Their skin or their blood or their physiology will adapt to the planet that they are, that they are born on or that they are fighting on. So I think this type of advantage that Osho has, in terms of using the Arkunasha storm as a weapon is not going to last long, because the orcs are extremely adaptable creatures. They can live almost anywhere. And I think it just takes time for their bodies to acclimatize to the environment of a planet. And once that has happened, there's nothing really that you can depend on in terms of the environment of the planet of Arkunasha. Yeah. It's going to be very difficult to defeat the orcs. And like I said before, once they started germinating their seeds on the planet, it's going to be even that much more difficult to defeat the orcs in totality. They'll always come back. Yeah.
The Firecast officers and cast council stood in awe, stunned by the mounting victory against the foe that had harassed, killed and starved their people for years. Commander Sho of the Firecast, said Aun Tal, "You've opened our eyes to a new way of defeating the orc menace. You clearly not only understand the minds of these beasts, but you can also predict their behaviour. For this prescience you may stand up not as Osho, the inner light, but as Oshova, Commander Farsight."
Congratulations, you've been promoted. Alright. Oshova, Commander Farsight.
A burning well of pride filled Oshova's chest as he felt humbled by the honour bestowed upon him. The people of Arkunasha now had hope, all turned to see the Tau donned in a red battlesuit, the one worthy of the hero's mantle. Over the dunes, the last true cohesive horde charged towards the last dome. Many of the orc leaders were dead, except for the toughest git of them all, the war boss Tooth Jaw. Missiles and plasma beams roared across an open dune, awash with the blood of greenskins and Tau. Screaming ramshackled waves of orcs met the disciplined cadre lines of the Firecast as the battlesuits of Shavastos, Brightsword and Commander Farsight teams launched from the sky. Farsight focused himself, triggering fire solutions and punching plasma strikes through orc infantry and walkers, the scarlet suit standing out in the contrast to the forces of the other Tau, but matching the blood-soaked sands. The shedding of blood had its intended effect, as from the sky great tornadoes of razor wings began to descend onto the field of battle. The smaller man-sized foe and allies began to lose their footing, the currents beginning to obscure the fields, jamming communications. But through the winds, Farsight saw a giant-scaled quadrupod charging towards him.
Quadrupod? Oh, okay, so they've started making mechanized units, the orcs.
Plasma and artillery joined Farsight, as they peppered the beast with munitions until blood erupted from its sides, and it crashed down. A smile crept across Farsight's face. He knew deep down that he was enjoying this. Toothjaw and the Orc Elders would be close. He could feel it. But the storm kept growing, to a level he had never seen before. The confidence Farsight had been riding started to waver. Their strategy had been working, but the repeated Mont cars were costing lives and precious battle suits. Pushing through, Farsight saw them. The Orc Elders, chanting in their foul tongues as motes of white light, and
oh, weird boys, okay.
Green sickly energy shone from their eyes. Farsight drove forward, now alone, as an army of one cutting down dozens of orcs in his path. But the green sickly light from the elders was spat at him, his suit gorged by the devastating strike, as he tried to desperately dive to safety. The system of his suits began to shut down, as his greatest weapon became his tomb. He ejected himself, his bare skin now at the mercy of the storm. Farsight squinted his eyes and dropped low, his skin bleeding from thousands of tiny cuts. He pushed the fear down and moved forward. He screamed into the storm in rage, but found only a silhouette charging him. Buzzing disc swords dimmed in the storm's gale were coming down upon him, ready to end him until he dived back. He found himself hitting something solid. Through his sore eyes he looked up and saw a battlesuit with an open hatch.
A battlesuit?
Get in, old friend. We have kills to make. A mechanized voice boomed. Oblatai.
Oblatai? Isn't he dead?
What had been salvaged from the now dead veteran. An AI, created from a download of his brain by the Earth-cast scientist Ovesa. What choice did Farsight have? It felt wrong. This AI wearing the persona of his dead mentor and friend. Yet he found himself falling into step with the ghost of his friend he had trusted with his life.
Hey, but this is all for the greater good, you know? What's the doctor's name, the scientist's name? Ovesa. Yeah, he's just doing this for the greater good. And I'm sure Oblatai would also agree. This is for the greater good, you know? So, it's interesting, you know, that there's a suit with an AI of your deceased friend in there. Yeah, you know, at least you have him back in some sort of way.
The one whose blood still stained his bonding knife. Toothjaw emerged from the storm, the silhouette now in terrifying clarity. The duel began in a brutal clash as the enormous warboss took on the might of Farsight and Oblatai together. The guns were slashed and broken, forcing Farsight into the style of the broken sword. Hand-to-hand combat.
Aha, that's how the orcs like it.
The battle suit was hacked to pieces, until Farsight threw up his shield, using the projected energy to smash the head of Toothjaw from his neck. Farsight roared in triumph, summoning the remaining hunter cadre to his side, and forming a testudo of defiance, marching as one from the boundaries of the storm, holding each other tightly against the gale winds. The orc horde had been defeated.
Well done. Well done.
The battle had been won as a relief of supplies finally flooded the besieged Tau domes. For over a decade the war in Arkunasha continued, the severely outnumbered Tau fighting back at the head of their hero, donned in a crimson battle suit, Commander Farsight. The tide of the war leaning towards a Tau victory. Battle after battle Farsight fought, compiling his notes into a compendium of the beast, military code for all Tau to use against future wars against the Orcs.
Wow. So he wrote down a book, based on the Orcs, and he called it The Beast. Interesting. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Yeah, and now that book can be distributed to all Tau who are going to be dealing with the Orcs, and also just as a textbook for learning in school, especially for the Firecast, on how to deal with the Orcs. Yeah, no, that's nice. That's nice.
Oshova had become a different person, evolved, refined, but after a decade, news came that shook Farsight to his core. The reinforcements he had waited for, ones that could finally give him the push to scour the Orcs, did not come. Descending from the rampart came a single ethereal, one declaring the evacuation of all Tau on Arkunasha.
These are the people who are claiming that they're going to rule the stars and bring forth the Tau'va to the rest of the galaxy. These are the people. The ethereals. They think that they can control the galaxy with this type of mindset. They think they can challenge the Imperium of Man with this type of mindset. They don't deserve to exist in this galaxy. They don't deserve to be the rulers of this human galaxy. They don't. They're not worthy.
The Ethereal Council had decided to abandon this world. He didn't understand. Farsight was speechless. They were so close. He wanted to scream, to demand answers as to why, but that wasn't his place. Not within the confines of his caste. After a decade of war against the Greenskins, Farsight returned to the core Sept worlds. A veteran, a name spoken with reverence as a great defender of the Empire and the greater good. A commander required for the war that was coming to the Sept world of Dal'yth. An empire and foe on a scale the Tau had never encountered before. The Imperium of Mankind.
The true inheritors of this galaxy. The people who you claim are primitive, are backward, are weak compared to you. You'll be taught a lesson. That your little corner of space, that's all you're going to ever get. And you will never proceed any further. Then, what is it called? The second sphere of expansion. That's as far as you guys get. That's as far as you guys get. With this type of attitude from the ethereals, you will never get anywhere far in this galaxy. But the fact that you guys cannot have the resolve to defend your worlds from xeno threats, especially from the Orcs. If you guys can't pass this test, don't expect to pass your biggest test, and that is conquering the galaxy. Don't ever expect yourself to be at that level. You're not at their level. At humans, at the Imperium of Man's level or the Orcs level. If you guys can't beat these people here on this one planet, there's nothing that you guys can do. This is as far as you guys get.
Planets on the edge of Tau space, once inhabited by humans, had been shown the truth of the greater good. And now the Imperium had come back in vengeance. A war unlike anything they had seen before was heading towards the core of Tau space. A war that called for the hero of Arkunasha, Commander Farsight.
Okay. Dal'yth. Okay.
It is typical of the Imperial mindset to trust in strength alone. I myself fought a flightless battlesuit equivalent, clad in armor thicker than an orca's hull. It was powerful indeed, but slow to maneuver.
Seizing.
You must have been fighting against the Terminator Astartes. Or it could have been a dreadnought, but I think it was a Terminator. Wait, did he say it could fly? No, I think he said it's flightless. So yeah, probably it is a Terminator.
The opportunity, Farsight eye flicked the holo to show drone captured footage of Bravestorm's triumph over the Imperial Walker. He complemented it by adding scenes of battlesuits blasting holes right through the torso of Imperial shock troops.
They are resilient, these Space Marines, but they can be killed. Equip your suits with plasma rifles and fusion blasters wherever possible. As a guideline, anytime you face Ronsha, treat them not as infantry, but as squadrons of enemy tanks.
He paused a moment to let the concept sink in.
We have the right weapons to overcome these warmongering trespassers. We are gathering knowledge of their weaknesses. There is no reason why we cannot repel the humans within a few rota of focused effort.
A chorus of approval filled the auditorium, many of the Firecast officers making the sign of unalloyed assent.
The efforts of Commanders Brightsword and Bravestorm thus far have been exemplary.
Bravestorm. Okay.
As a result, recent aircast sweeps have confirmed that the Ronsha have been repelled from Gelbrin City.
At this, cheers filled the Hollow Theatre. On the balcony, Dressier inclined his head in a subtle gesture of disapproval. Farsight made the lateral line of silence, and his fellow officers fell still.
They have been repelled, for now. But a new attack gathers outside Gelbrin in force. We have slowed it down with missile strikes from the hills, hunted and put down their outriders with overlapping sweeps of our stealth teams. But the main body remains intact, and still numbers in the tens of millions.
A pulse of pain twitched in his lungs at the thought, making his eyes widen involuntarily. He saw a shadow of concern across the faces of Bravestorm and Shavastos. They had learned to be perceptive over the years.
We must study them, stall them, break them apart, and then...
Farsight's breath caught in a moment.
And then bring down the sword. They have great numbers still to commit, in orbit as well as planet-side. Yet we have an entire empire to draw upon, able to focus its efforts fully on the conflict at hand.
Considering how the Ethereals govern your empire and how they are not interested in investing in the war efforts of your people, I highly doubt you will get the support you are claiming you will get. I highly doubt that. And your support it's small. It is small compared to the Imperium of Men. The weight of an entire galaxy, it's very, very small. So you can think that, okay, with reinforcements coming from the Tower Empire to support your efforts on this planet is going to be sufficient, until more and more reinforcements from the Imperium of Man continue to pour in on this conflict. But of course, the Tower lucky that a far greater enemy was beginning their assault on Segmentum. Which one was it called again? Segmentum, the Ultramar Segmentum, yes. They are lucky that the Tyranids were coming into the galaxy and the Imperium of Man had to focus their attention on that threat. But this speech that Commander Farsight is giving to his soldiers, it's very ignorant. It just shows his ignorance on what he's dealing with when it comes to the Imperium of Man. This was just a taste. It was an appetizer.
The holograms behind Farsight showed the wider Tau Empire. Its space lanes highlighted gold. Assets were inbound from a dozen worlds.
Only a dozen? Only a dozen worlds? Only? That's all you've got? That's it?
We will observe the Imperial Army's strengths, exploit its blindness, optimize our countermeasures, and defeat it beyond question. The killing blow will fall again and again until this new chapter in the ascendance of the Talvar is lit with glory.
The The footage behind Farsight showed 100 battlesuits ascending from a crystal blue sky.
It will be lit with death and blood and ash and destruction. That's what it'll be lit with.
Sunlight glinting from every burnished plane. They opened fire in blistering unison. The atmosphere in the room was tense with a thrill of anticipation. Dry tinder waiting for a final spark. A voice cut through the jubilant atmosphere like an ice-cold knife. An athletic female warrior emerged from the iris door at the far end of the hollow theatre, tall and proud. Her sleek head was crested with a red scalp lock that trailed behind her like a whip. The bands upon its symbols denoting a major military victory. There were many, many bands crowning her smooth pate.
Wow, she must be Commander Farsight's superior then.
Commander Shadowsun had arrived.
Oh no, they have the same rank. Okay. Commander Shadowsun.
Farsight felt his nerves jolt as his former teammate Shadowsun emerged into the light. Despite the bulk of her signature XV-22 stealth battlesuit, she loped down the center of the hollow theatre with the grace of a hunting cat. Her scalp lock had even more honorific bands than he had seen in the last watercast stills. Behind her came an entourage, 3 specialist drones and 2 chasseurs, their own battlesuits compact but imposing. Farsight noticed whiffs of steam emanating from her fusion blasters, still cooling from some recent engagement. Even O'Shera was not unscrupulous enough to have fired them just before her grand entrance just for effect. At least, not the Kaoyun Shas he remembered from Mount Kanji. Every one of the officers in the hololith had turned to look at the visitor in their midst, whispers of surprise rustling through them like a wind through a field of crops. The breach of etiquette was quickly forgotten, washed away by Shadowsun's aura of sheer confidence and self-belief. She strolled up to the command dais and imposed herself between Farsight and the audience, standing head and shoulders taller than him in her battlesuit and largely blocking him from sight.
Oh, okay, Commander Shadowsun. What do you want? Or what are you going to... like, why are you here? Like... Alright.
Farsight looked up at Andresia, his blood uncomfortably hot in his veins, but the ethereal merely made a gentle beckoning gesture to proceed.
Commander Shadowsun, this is an unexpected pleasure. Please take a seat. My address is almost complete.
In her battlesuit?
Oshasera ignored him.
The time for talk is over,
she said without turning, her stern tones cutting the last of the audience's services into silence.
Wait, she's Anjasera, meaning she's one of the apprentices of Puretide, right? Okay.
Optimized Koyon plans have long been in place upon Dal'yth. We should enact them, not stall in order to devise more. Our people are dying, so now we act. As of this moment, the Firecast reserve cadres join those in the field.
Farsight heard not a single voice raised in contradiction. He looked to the holograph display behind him, but it was blank. All focus was on Shadowsun.
The Firecast is the current target of these Imperial shock troops, so we shall relocate into less populous areas. Lure them into traps that minimize collateral damage. We wage a mobile war, following the planet's rotation so that we remain on its dark side at all times.
A few mutters of assent came from the audience, dotted with louder outbursts of approval.
We engineer confusion. We draw the enemy out. Piece by piece, we crush him in our grip. Starflame, you will form the polar point of the pincer to my equatorial. Osarakan, you will perform breaker strikes until relieved. Osora, put some cohesion into the Prayen refugees and rejoin Brave Storm's retaliation cadres at Dal'Ryu.
Farsight frowned, his outward expression the merest shadow of the storm raging inside. What
So Shadow-san just came in here to take over the meeting and to take command. And Farsight can't do anything about this. Like, he just has to sit back and listen. Wow.
Did she think she was doing? How could she betray him like this?
Guys, it's for the greater good. This is all for the greater good, okay? Don't be angry. Don't be sad. It's for the greater good.
Their friendly rivalry had turned sour many years ago, and she had been distant and cold ever since. But this public diversion was a new low. The feelings catching in his throat were so intense, Farsight had to force down the urge to cough. Unbidden, his hand strayed to the hilt of his ceremonial sword, as Osha Sarah outlined her orders. Gone was the introspective strategist he had grown to admire, the ever-patient warrioress who had sat in the snows of Mount Kanji for long days, until her prey passed within striking distance. This was not the Shadow-Sun famous across the Empire for her cold and deadly deliberations. Here instead was a paragon of the Code of Fire, alive with the thrill of delivering a long-planned Kalyun.
Clearly the humans have changed her. You know, the Imperium of Man and their tactics and their capacity for war making have changed her. She is now a different person because she has been given a thorough lesson by the Imperium of Man that your ways of doing things are very limited. Very limited, very kind compared to what we are able to do. So now she's adapting to the new reality.
The certain and lethal denouncement of a carefully laid trap. Farsight told himself it was compassion, of a sort, that had driven her to humiliate him in such a fashion. Tau lives were being lost. If she could minimize those tragedies with decisiveness and efficiency, she would do so without hesitation. How their roles had changed.
Too much time has been spent here. If any refinements to these plans are necessary, we can effect them over the cadre net as we deploy. Move out.
Shadow-Sun strode back down the center aisle of the Hololith Theatre towards the exit.
Man, she doesn't even say hi, bye, nothing. She's just talking to the commanders and she leaves. She doesn't care about Farsight. Wow.
Her entourage in her wake. Farsight found his fists clenching as a full half of his emergency conclave stood and followed her out, already talking into headpiece beads to coordinate their forces. His skin burned, and this time not because he'd exited the heliosphere too soon.
That will be all.
He said to the uncertain officers that remained.
I have appended details of your individual briefings via data transmission. We shall combine our efforts with Commander Shadow-Sun as best we can. For the greater good.
For the greater good, echoed Farsight's commanders, but the fire he had lit inside them was no longer there.
Yeah, Shadow-Sun just poured water on it. She's like, excuse me.
The Damocles Crusade, the Imperium of Man would call it. The war over Dal'yth. A clash of empires whose differences were apparent in their iconography, societal structure, and even down to the sleek futuristic architecture compared to the oppressive Gothic of the Imperium. Before the cast council on Dal'yth, and thousands of personnel, Commander Farsight gave his strategy speech, speaking of his plan to push back these Gueron Shah, these Space Marines and the Imperial invaders, only to be cut off, interrupted by one he had called a rival, one he had once called a friend, Commander Shadow-Sun, espousing a new battle plan. What did she think she was doing? How could she betray him like this?
You should not look at it as a betrayal. Like I said before, you should not be angry. You should not be disappointed. This is for the greater good. If the Ethereals are okay with it, then why are you complaining? You should not be complaining. You should not be sad or angry. It's for the greater good. Your plans are on hold while her plans take precedence. For the greater good.
Friendly rivalry had turned sour many years ago, and she had been distant and cold ever since, but this public division was a new low. Farsight felt his blood boil, even unconsciously reaching for his ceremonial knife. His strategy that he had crafted over the battle so far was destroyed. The fire he had sought to inspire in his troops, gone. Many had come to question Farsight's actions so far, and this was another questioning look in his direction. As the Imperium had blotted out the skies of Dal'yth, Farsight had been there in Gelbryn City, gaining intelligence as he battled these space marines, who called themselves Ultra Marines. Dueling upon the hijacked rail transport towards the heart of the city, Farsight in his scarlet red suit rocketed towards the transport. Two Ultramarines, named Numenor and Cato Sicarius, powered up their own propulsion packs.
Oh shit.
To meet the command of the Tau forces head on. Bolt gun, plasma rifle, energy shield and chainsword met in a cacophony of violence. A duel that pushed both sides to the edge of their abilities. Farsight catching Cato Sicarius' Talisarian blade on his shield. But the second his foe stole his attention, it allowed Numenor the chance to go under his guard and deliver a slashing uppercut that launched Farsight off the edge. Into the waters of an enormous reservoir, Farsight began to sink. His heart rate was elevated from the fight, his blood singing hot in his veins, but his focus remained absolute. Water began pouring in through the seams of his suit, and it became a tomb. The freezing waters crept up his body as he felt his extremities go numb. He held his breath as long as he could, pouring through his memories of Avesa calibrating his suit over the years upon Arkunasha. Black spots began to cloud his vision as he punched in a manual override. The Ultramarine stared back to see the Crimson Warsuit rocket out of the water, the Gweiron Shah angry that their kill had been denied. More engagements came as Farsight, Brightsword and Bravestorm, and the AI Oblatai led the forces of the Tau across the city's sieges, directly against the forces of the Imperium and its Space Marines. The almost archaic strategies of the Imperium were a shock to Farsight, as he attempted to glean all the information he could, as he sought to do what his namesake invoked: predict the enemy, see the future, be far-sighted.
Well, yeah, if they're fighting against the Ultramarines are following their Codex Astartes, right? And yeah, they're following it to the letter. They're following the Codex Astartes to the letter without any deviation, and they're just doing things by the book. And yeah, okay, Farsight might view their direction of the Astartes as being, very predictable or primitive or, just very rudimentary, but it has worked for the Imperium of Man for a very long time. And this is before Rebute Gilliman came back, to the scene. And yeah, the Codex Astartes is very clear on how Astartes should operate on a theater of battle. I don't know if the Ultramarines or any other Astartes, not Legion, but chapter, yes, sorry. Any Astartes chapter would try to deviate from the Codex Astartes or adapt it in a different way. I'm not entirely sure, but they're just following the Codex Astartes to the letter, and we'll see how far it takes them against the Tau, especially against Commander Farsight.
But the missile thundering, plasma arcing vicious combat was not without cost, as his pupil, his friend Brightsword, was slain in front of his eyes. An honoured duel he had allowed to happen between the pupil and a captain of the Ultramarines.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? That is so stupid. It's an Astartes. You know what they're capable of. You've seen them fight. Why would you allow... which one was it? Was it Brightsword? Why would you allow Brightsword to fight against an Astartes alone? in single combat. What is this? The Middle Ages? Ay.
Grief gripped Farsight, as once again he lost a friend. He could have intervened, shot the Space Marine in the back, but that would have sullied his honor, the honor of Brightsword.
Honor will get you killed. As Pilgrim said to Rubute Gilliman, honor will get you killed. This was a waste of time. You should have just committed to your battle plans and fight against the Astartes, you know, in the traditional sense, and not this honor battle between two individuals. No, man. Stop that nonsense.
And their foe. Yet look at what that honor had cost him. The speech to the council in the wake of Brightsword's death had turned to ash with the betrayal of Shadow Sun. More news came from his subordinate Bravestorm, who had been left in a critical condition. The storm raging inside began a sensation of hollowness, as an old accusation struck Farsight in his worst moment. An accusation of being Vashyar.
Vashyar?
Stray beyond the bounds of your caste was a grave accusation. The Tauvar, the greater good, was built upon the foundations of the caste system. The earth, fire, water, air, and the ethereals. To stray beyond the assigned role of your caste was to threaten the harmonized balance of the Tauvar.
I thought the Tauvar were free. I thought you guys aspire for freedom. You know? What is this now? What is this? Hi.
Before a tribunal, Farsight strode, headed by a figure that made Farsight stare in awe. The honored ethereal Aun Var, who had inspired billions across the Empire. The assertion of the state of the war began. Here today we fight quite another foe. One that is brutal, merciless, and with technology so arcane we cannot counter it. They are bolstered by unthinking faith in their emperor, a monarchical tyrant that abandoned reason long ago.
Unthinking faith? Unthinking faith? No. This type of faith that they have is produced by their thoughts. It is sustained by their thoughts. It grows ever more powerful by their thoughts. So what are you saying?
Their numbers are such that they brush aside their own core Vatra, navy, as if it were cobwebs, and now they land their teeming hordes upon the Sept soil with every new day. They infest our airspace, the ruins of our cities, even the commune tunnels beneath them. Their shock troopers are near equal in might to our own battlesuits, and they are determined to win at any cost.
That's what you guys should be doing. But like I said before, since you're led by the ethereals, you'll never reach that level. You'll never be at the top. You'll never be part of the grouping of the galaxy in terms of being the most dangerous or most powerful forces in the galaxy. You'll always be that little corner of your own space. You're dealing with the big boys now.
It was these invaders that established a breachhold upon the Sept world of Dal'yth, under the watch of Commander Farsight. The battle so far had ended in stalemates, with heavy casualties on both sides. Brightsword, and the critical Bravestorm, to name a few. The questioning came just as it did on Arkunasha. Had he not proven himself in that decade of war? Yet before he could defend his actions, the true purpose of the trial began. The accusation of Vashyar. Tutor Shah Khan Thas, one who had been his detractor from even his days at the Academy, had submitted evidence. Speeches of Farsight were projected across the chamber.
Man, people still hold a grudge with Osho when he was still a child. What is this greater good for if if the very people are sabotaging each other, are shooting each other's foots, cutting their noses to spite their face, like, what is the point of the greater good if your very own people are going to drag you down into the gutter and watch you slowly, suffocate or die? Like, greater good, my ass.
Rousing rally cries that spoke with such passion and an impressive grasp of language that it mirrored the techniques of the diplomatic water caste. An analysis of his actions in the Gelbrin Reservoir, his field repair of his custom XV8, upon which he displayed unsanctioned colours, was a work of rare excellence and intelligence under extreme pressure, an act that spoke of an Earth-caste proficiency in technology. Perhaps his actions threatened the harmony of the Tau Va. "I was about to drown," blurted Farsight. "Is that how I should have best served the greater good? By letting my control cocoon fill to the point, where my battlesuit became a tomb?"
Well, yes. If it's going to threaten the stability of the Ethereal's hegemony over the Tau, yes, you should have died. Yes. Yes, Farsight.
By letting the wisdom that Master Puretide had beaten into me sink without a trace. All he had done, all he had learned was not against the Tau Va. It was for it. Yet
You still don't get it. The Tau Va is not the castes. It's not for the castes. It's for the Ethereals. It's always been for the Ethereals.
not learned these skills to betray the greater good, but to serve it better. Farsight, the orator, the technician, and the disciple of Puretide made him a better commander. The silence that followed Farsight's outburst was total. All eyes were upon him. He felt like he was about to suffocate. His breath was coming in short, shallow gasps. The gaze of Aun Va was paralyzing. Farsight felt his body go numb as the verdict came in. Farsight thought he saw something strange flicker upon Aun Va's face as he declared that Farsight had erred, but yet he was still within the reach of redemption. Farsight was a pupil of Puretide, and perhaps they needed more of that wisdom to turn the tide of this war. To Mount Kanji, Farsight must go, and using a memory extraction device, bring us the sum total of Master Puretide's mind.
The sum total of his mind? Okay. Well, how are you going to do that?
That we may turn the tide. Do so, and you may yet be redeemed yourself. If you fail us, you will be put to death.
Oh, so you do kill your own people. You do kill your own people. I thought you exile them. What happened to that part? Where if someone commits a crime, they are exiled. Now he's going to be killed? The greater good. The greater good, guys.
Farsight left the halls of the chamber, his ears ringing and his fingers numb. Still the weight of the accusation of Vashyar hung over him. Why? Why did Aun Va choose to look past it? Was he absolved? Or perhaps the fallout of the hero Farsight being struck down in the war against the Imperium was too destabilizing. A heavy burden that began to ebb in his thoughts as his transport landed upon the peak of Mount Kanji. The pristine cold air filled his lungs as nostalgia washed over him. He felt the scars and memory of the ice burns over his body. The jewels with Shadow Sun encase, strolling past the frozen river. As the delicate snow fell, Farsight carried the device in hand, and upon the peak he saw his master, an ancient Tau warrior, the best tactician in Tau history.
So this device that he's going to use to extract the sum total knowledge of his master, Commander Puretide, is this going to affect him in some sort of way? Is he going to die? Or is he just going to be, in a vegetative state? Or will he be fine? Because this sounds very intrusive. It sounds like it's going to be sucking all of that information and just leave a husk behind. Yeah.
Master Puretide.
Master Puretide, your apprentice has returned. But he's not here to say hello. No. He's here to take the sum total of your mind. Because he has no choice. He has no freedom. The ethereals have given him an order and he will obey it. He will betray you. He will betray what it means to be part of the Firecast for the sake of, returning into the fold of the Tauva.
It is good to see you too, Master.
Smiled Farsight, stepping forward and kneeling in the posture of the supplicant bearing his sword.
You have not changed, I note.
Puretide turned in his throne, fingers laced in the gesture of elder accepting the gift. His face was as craggy and lined as the cliff opposite, deep lines in his upper lip leading to a thin slit of a mouth. Eyes as hard as diamonds glinted under a noble brow. He looked old, older than any Tau Farsight had ever seen, but still strong.
Time has been kind to you, Monkasho. Your bearing is that of the hero.
If I have earned that accolade, it is only because of the application of your wisdom. The Firecast would be a shadow of its current incarnation without you.
I have trained so many since I took residence here. 13 Tausir I have spent on this mountain with the young and the naive, my only companions.
13 years? Okay.
I remember them all, every detail, yet you are the first to come back to me.
That should be a sign. That should be a sign, Master Puretide.
Farsight felt something writhe in the pit of his stomach. Suddenly the contents of the satchel over his shoulder felt heavy and awkward.
I had forgotten how beautiful it was here.
I doubt that, young warrior. You were never one to forget.
Yeah, you have a photographic memory. He knows.
I always knew your star would rise high ever since I met you.
The war sage's face cracked into a wrinkled smile.
A raw cadet back then, but still outwitting your tutors daily at Battle Dome Montir. One of them in particular did not take kindly to it.
He still doesn't.
The thought of tutor Shah Khan Thras made his blood sting in his veins. But he pushed the emotion down. That one did not belong here, not even in spirit.
My most recent students told me of your victory at Arkunasha. A true son of Viola, sitting the storm against the foe. An apt echo of your sept's own trial by fire.
Too many good warriors died to the orcs there. I cannot consider it a victory.
Do not let the guilt consume you. The Begel are not easily defeated. Their ways are strange.
Master, it seems we have encountered an even stranger foe in the Goela.
Puretide frowned, turning back to the crevasse and closing his eyes.
I have seen the fires in the sky. They seem to push a blade of doubt into the heart of the Tau Empire.
I will not allow it.
So you come here to seek my help.
Yeah, help.
Farsight swallowed.
Yes, for the greater good.
For the greater good.
My soul longs to fight, in truth, and yet I laid down my guns long ago. I shall not wear the hero's mantle again.
I would not ask it of you, but the great ethereals, Master. They wish to harness your wisdom in as many ways as possible. They have tasked the Earthcast with this. as well as the fire.
And yet you walk the monad's path to reach me. You have that within you, the power of one. Yet you must learn to fight with Kauyon Monat and Montkar if you are to fulfill your destiny. To bait, to decoy, to guide foes as well as friends along the paths of fate. These are the things Kauyon Shas understands within her soul. But I fear you never will. Not truly. Just as she will never truly understand the Montkar.
The victory of the mind is to consider the whole, not its constituent parts.
Just so. Easy to repeat, not so easy to achieve. Take the Gwella invader's mind into your own, my child. Study the stone shape of his thoughts from the ripples that flow from their impact. You must form the Dathlevral, the mirror that shows the weakness. Then, and only then, will you prevail.
The moment you see that reflection, where you see the weaknesses, you will also see our strengths. And that human being that you're witnessing through the mirror will reach out its hand and grab you by the neck and kill you. The deeper you go into understanding humanity, the more you become entrapped, and you will realize that your way is not enough. Your way, your Tauva is not enough. It will not sustain you. Not in this galaxy.
To secure victory, the wise must adapt.
There is little time for study, Master. This is not a war confined to a single world, like Arkunasha. The Gwella, their warships come from nowhere. They pour more of their filth upon Dal'yth with every new night. If they win here, they will not stop until the entire Tau Empire is shattered and our destiny cast into the void.
True.
And so you wish to win in haste,
said Puretide, his expression sour.
Just as you always did.
No, Master. I realize that patience is key. Yet the ethereals bade me take a different path.
Puretide said nothing, his expression unreadable. The thin, cold rain was turning into tiny flakes of snow, dancing and whirling as it came down around them.
Master, the Gwella are here, on this planet. The invaders' beachhead is less than 2 rota from where we now sit together, talking as if I had never left.
His face felt hot, despite the cold wind playing around them.
With a determined push, their strike troopers could take this mountain tonight and kill you where you sit. Does that not affect your philosophy?
What are you trying to make excuses? Commander Farsight, are you trying to make excuses? Trying to justify what's going to happen to your master?
Do you not care for victory anymore?
The venerable warrior just looked at Farsight, as if the answer was obvious. The habit was just as irritating as the first night he had spent on the mountain. But this time, the stakes were far, far higher. Just as Farsight's simmering anger was about to boil over completely, the master spoke.
If I die, child, then it will be because my time has come.
Yeah.
And what if Dal'yth dies with you? I cannot allow it.
Farsight swung the satchel from over his shoulder, releasing the strip that held it closed, and pulling out a disc-shaped cryo casket. He slid a finger around its circumference and it hissed open. As he
like I said, you wanted to make that excuse to try and justify what's going to happen next. You cannot allow Dal'yth to fall. So you're using that as an excuse to justify what you're going to do next to Master Puretide. I understand that this is a difficult situation for you, Commander Farsight, but don't lie to yourself like that. The wisdom of Master Puretide, no matter how experienced he is as a commander, I'm afraid it's just not enough. It's not enough. If you want to truly understand how to fight the Imperium of Man. You're going to have to do it yourselves and not copy and paste knowledge this way. That's not how you're going to succeed against the Imperium of Man, by stealing the knowledge of your predecessors. He's been stuck on this mountain for so many years. He doesn't know anything about the Imperium of Man. The wisdom that you're getting from him is stale. It is out of date. It is out of date. It will not help you against the Imperium of Man. If you want to learn how to challenge the Imperium of Man, how to beat the Imperium of Man, it has to be on the ground. You have to learn on your feet.
He took out the contents. A lattice-work device made of dangled wires and tiny circular pads. The device writhed slightly. It reminded Farsight uncomfortably of the Dal'ythian jellyfish.
This is a recording device. You must wear it, Master. It will capture your wisdom, the better to distribute it amongst the commanders of the Tal'var. We need your help, and we need it now.
So they wish to take my mind. I knew this day would come, but I did not expect it would be you that brought it to me.
Farsight made the gesture of the unworthy student.
In truth, I do not know their full intent, Master. I only relay it on behalf of the Shah's Al-Tol.
The ancient sage looked sidelong at Farsight, his expression timeless.
Do not bring me falsehood, Shaw.
The ugly sensation of the commander's gut was getting stronger. He suddenly felt as if he wanted to choke out the contents of his stomach, but clamped it down.
I only do as I am ordered, as the ethereals have asked of me.
Puretide turned in his hover throne to face his student, his face a stoic mask.
Do what you must then, in the name of the Tal'var.
Taking the jellyfish device and spreading it out with his fingers as Avesa had shown him, Farsight draped it upon his mentor's bald pate with the utmost care. It was a strange reversal for the student to treat the master in such a fashion. In his mind's eye, a memory flashed from the ceremonial ending of their training upon Mount Kanji. The master had finger traced the crown of the new commander upon Farsight's head, in a mixture of blood and ash. Kalyon Shas had been next, then Monat Case. It had been a day of joy, celebration and relief, the opposite to what Farsight now felt inside. Steeling himself, the commander began pressing the discs onto the neural sites as he had been instructed. All the while, the serpentine feeling of disquiet slithered in his gut. Puretide looked up at him, his eyes swimming with sadness and regret. In those dark pools were the reflections of a soul, steeped in decades of contemplation.
Our race will walk dark paths one day. Dark paths indeed.
Farsight did not reply, but inside his heart felt as if it was shriveling. He touched the device's activation node, and a tiny needle behind it extruded, poised over his master's brain.
And when the Tau Empire walks those dark paths, I will welcome you with open arms and say, welcome. Welcome to Warhammer 40k. Welcome to the Milky Way galaxy. Welcome.
At the last moment, his mentor shot a hand up and grabbed him by the wrist, pulling him close.
Do not trust them all, my child. Do not trust them all.
Then Farsight pushed the node all the way in, with the faintest of clicks. And Master Puretide's eyes rolled into the back of his head, as white as the snowflakes drifting down from the troubled skies.
So, is he going to die? Is he dead from this type of procedure? Oh my gosh.
Commander Farsight returned to the capital of Dal'yth, the engram memory drive in hand, and a strange feeling of guilt from the state he had left Master Puretide in.
It's for the greater good.
But what hung heavy on his mind were those words, do not trust them all. The ethereals, their very suggestion a kind of blasphemy of the highest degree. Farsight had felt anger at the Aons when the retreat from Arkunasha had been ordered, but the idea of not trusting them was beyond insane. To be in the presence of any ethereal was an event most Tau would never experience. Every time Farsight could recall the sensation as one of awe. To question the Supreme Ones was to question the Tau Va, the greater good itself. Farsight strode back to his crisis warsuit, with full reinstatement, trying desperately to shake the hint of doubt at the corner of his mind. Farsight had ordered his new suit painted red, again to honour the blood spilled by the fallen of Arkunasha, but in his heart he knew it had transformed. Perhaps it had more to do with asserting his own identity, reinstating his command on some symbolic level, and also his separation from the cadre being formed, the Swords of Puretide. Warriors, implanted with a neural chip created from the scan Farsight had taken from his master's mind.
That is disturbing. That is just disturbing. But hey, it's for the greater good.
He felt no disrespect for those who bore it, such as his longtime ally Shavastos, as it was a choice made for the greater good, but it bothered him. None of these warriors had been there on the slopes of Mount Kanji. None of them had suffered what grueling training he had gone through. None of them bore the scars. It had taken blood, sweat and tears to learn the lessons and wisdom of Puretide.
Sorry there, the Amber King. I was just going to say yes, definitely. You know, these people who just have these copied memories of Master Puretide, they have all this knowledge, but they don't have the experience behind that knowledge. It's just copy and paste. And like I've stated before, when you face up against the Imperium of Man, your copy and paste strategy here of this information is just not going to work. It's just not going to work against the Imperium of Man. The only way you will truly understand the Imperium of Man is when you fight against them on the field of battle. Toe to toe. Test your mettle. Test your resolve. Because copying the information of your greatest warriors is just, it's fallacy. It's just not enough. You're living in La La Land if you think that that's going to help you. Why don't you guys have a Scholar Progenium like the Imperium of Man? Why don't you guys have a Scholar Progenium where, yes, you know, all the students are being taught about these very famous and well-achieved soldiers of the Imperium of Man, but then they're also being told that when you're on the field of battle, especially for the commissars, I mean, when you're on the field of battle, you know, your decisions are your own making. How you proceed on the battlefield not only represents you as a commissar, but the Imperium of Man. You're not going to be able to delve into knowledge of your predecessors. You're not going to be able to depend on the knowledge of your elders. This is now you. We've given you the tools, we've given you the knowledge. Use it, make of it as you will, as a commissar. But here with the Tau, it's copy and paste.
Seared into his mind, this chip had all the hallmarks of a swift route to disaster, though Farsight could not place why. Reinstated to overall command, the clearly reluctant Commander Shadowsun and Farsight now had to work together in unison, as the Tau prepared for their next counterattack. The war on Dal'yth had transformed into an arms race. Each side sought to glean as much information from each other. This war would be the crux from which all future engagements between the empires would follow. Though the Imperials, and especially these Ultramarines, had underestimated Farsight and his followers, they were learning quickly. Farsight himself was devouring everything he could, from recordings to hacked comms. Just like on Arkunasha, he was forming an image that came into greater clarity with each morsel of information. Farsight, Bravestorm, and the Swords of Puretide held the defense forward positions, as a column of Imperial transport and tanks bearing the iconography of many different units prepared to attack. But something was amiss. The usual bravado, an almost reckless showing of the Space Marines and human troopers was missing, almost like they had made the tactical choice to stay inside their transports. No, they had been fooled, lured into the enemy's own Kauyon. This was a feint. Farsight roared from his position as he pushed his suit to his limit, aiming for the Imperial counter-offensive near the tower's very own command center. The Imperial attack had nearly reached the heart of their own forces of Dal'yth.
Bold. I like it. Imperium of Man. Yeah, teach them. Teach them.
Seemingly these Ultramarines had used their own information, taken from their engagements, using the abilities of so-called Psychers to distort and destroy the tower forces. A destabilizing factor that halted the onslaught of the swords of Puretide, right in their track. Unable to use the wisdom of the Great Master, who had never experienced war against the warp-manifested powers. To the top of a dais, Farsight drew in Captain Joros Numitor, Sergeant Cato Sicarius, and a crack squad of assault marines. One alone stepped forward, in what Farsight recognized as the challenge of an honor duel.
Oh no, are we going to do this again? Farsight, Commander Farsight, haven't you learned from what happened to Commander, Brightsword? Having an honor duel with an Astartes is death for you. Not for the Astartes, but for you. But hey, good luck.
Farsight took in every detail of the Space Marine's warrior that faced him. The creature was stocky, but powerful, half the size of his battle suit, and nowhere near as well armed. But he had seen these creatures fight. They were strong, fast, and determined. He saw the blade in the warrior's grip and the coloration of his helm, and knew that this was someone special. Sergeant Cato Sicarius of Talisar, Ultramarines 8th Company, the warrior said.
Oh my. Oh my.
As Farsight gave his name in return. Meaningless noise the Marine spat back.
Hey, Cato.
Then you may call me Death, Farsight returned, his blood pumping and a grin creeping over his face as the two launched at each other. In a blaze of jump pack, plasma, and ceramite, the two warriors traded blow after blow. Farsight's crimson suit reflecting the vibrant blue of the enemy in his face. A killing strike was arcing down as Farsight tried to defend. Flashes of his training at Mount Kanji in the ice river returned to him as he dipped into the broken sword style. Farsight snapped the Marine's blade as his enemy howled in rage. Again the Marine came at him, slipping past his guard and ramming the broken blade into his suit's chest. 2 feet of jagged metal burst through the armor, entering Farsight's control cocoon with a scream of protesting metal. Its blackened tip rushed towards him, a hair's breadth from his eyeball when it came to a sudden halt. Farsight felt the sensation of being in a tomb once more, as his systems began to malfunction.
Uh-oh.
He was moments away from death, until 2 suits rocketed from the sky. Bravestorm, critically injured but kept on permanent life support, roared plasma into the Ultramarines, as one with the markings of Brightsword cleaved his way down. How his dead...
Wait, is he in an AI body like, the other friend? Is he in AI existence now? Probably, yeah, because he's dead. Bradsword died.
The apprentice was here, shocked Farsight, but he had no time to digest it, as now the duel had turned into a brawl. He took a moment to think, pushing his thoughts to beyond the parameters of the fire cast, and he thought of Ovesa, ordering an electromagnetic pulse to be detonated from the tower they were standing upon. A rippling wave of malfunction washed over the combatants in an instant.
Wait a minute, are you telling me that Space Marine suits can be affected by electromagnetic pulses? They can be shut down by EMPs? Wow, okay.
As Farsight felt his suit die and the Ultramarines seize up, the machine spirits silenced in their tombs of armor. Parley, Farsight spoke in Gothic tongue, his studies of his enemy frightening even these Marines.
Frightening? I don't expect Ultramarines to be frightened. I think I would expect them to be disgusted that this Xeno is yapping his mouth with our language.
Almost as much as the now crude mercenaries, holding blades at their throat. You have inflicted much damage upon Dal'yth, scarred as deeply as you fought to conquer it for your Emperor. Though I should not say this, I respect you for the skill and strength you have shown here. Farsight saw the hatred in their eyes, but behind it the glimpse of the warrior spirit and honour. The same honour that had allowed Brightsword his duel, and Farsight to spare the apothecaries of the chapters that sweat the remains of the battles upon Dal'yth. Farsight had overheard the...
Why would you do that, Farsight? Why would you do that? You know they would never do that for you, right? The apothecaries, they would never do that for you. You'd be shot on the side. But yeah, okay. Like I said before, there are levels to these types of things. Imperium of Man is up here, you guys are still down here. Still down here.
comms of the Imperials, enough to know that a so-called Great Devourer was heading towards their home of Ultramar. An evacuation was being ordered. A new priority had replaced the conquest of Dal'yth. The Ultramarines left in haste. As the Imperials began their evacuation, the war was over. Across the cityscape, Farsight watched as the reconstruction of Dal'yth began at frightening speed. Already he saw the statues of him being erected, the promotional edited videos of Farsight slaying these Goiron Shah, the blood edited out, unnerving the commander. He had worn the hero's mantle for so long, but here upon Dal'yth, the so-called great victory hailed as the obvious conclusion of those who railed against the greater good, felt like a lie. Farsight, Shavastos, Bravestorm, the newly cloned Brightsword, and Oblatai 3 knew how close they had come towards defeat, and that only a distraction had saved the Tau world from falling.
Exactly. If it weren't for the Tyranids, you guys would be gone. It would just take a matter of time, but you'll be gone.
Farsight felt victorious. He had served the greater good. Death had almost claimed him many times, but he had looked into that abyss and smiled back, holding his nerve and using his mind to think, to save himself with the wisdom drawn from other castes. But this high was short-lived, as in his quarters the door opened. The force of Aunvar's presence struck Farsight at the first rays of dawn. The sheer aura of authority was overwhelming.
Man, the Ethereals like you. I don't know if they like you or they're interested in you or they have plans for you, but they're always around you.
It is all Farsight could do to not fall to his knees. Aunvar had come for Shavastos, for the Puretide chip. Farsight bunched his soul into a tight fist and said the words he had been practicing for days. He'd lied to an ethereal and claimed that Shavastos was dead, knowing that the removal of the chip would almost likely kill his friend.
That's a big step right there, Farsight. Well done. Well done. You are starting to experience freedom and to question the authority of your empire. Because the greater good is now sacrificing, its most brilliant fighters. Taking out information from a master that also contributed to the development of the Tau Empire. I don't know if you realize it, but hopefully, surely you will understand that to the Ethereals, you are all tools to be used, to be cast aside once your job is done. It's not about the greater good. It's not about serving, the Tauva. No. You are things. You are to be used until necessary, then you're to be cast aside. And of course the Ethereals will say, it's for the greater good. But it's just not. It's meant for them.
Black eyes peered into his soul, as Farsight felt his nerves slipping. A great shame, said Aunvar. turning away. Alone again, Farsight collapsed to the ground, his body thrumming with an exhaustion he had never felt before. The thought weighed heavy on him again. Do not trust them. As Farsight became the first Tau in history to lie to an ethereal.
Good. Very good. High Commander. Now you gotta keep doing that, Farsight, Commander Farsight. You have to keep lying when necessary. You have to defend not only yourself, but those who are under your command from the tyranny of the ethereals. You have to fight back, somehow.
How could you do this to us?
The Savior pods have been remotely prioritized by the Pioneer's auto-launchers, with those of Platinum, Gold, Silver and Chrome level given priority alongside the vast, self-contained hangar that broke away from the main body of the warship to carry the machines of the fire and aircast to safety. The rest have been left behind, consumed in the vast explosion that had resulted from the collision of two starships. A third of the expedition lost, and all from the lowest ranks.
How could you consign so many of our people to such pointless deaths?
Pointless? They gave their lives for the greater good.
It's an ethereal, isn't it? Yeah, of course. It's for the greater good. I've just discussed this before, right now, where I said you guys are tools to the ethereals. This is how your society is structured. This is how you must understand these people are using you. They don't value your lives. They don't value the Tau casts. They just see them as tools for specific jobs. And if it means that their lives are under threat, they will cast them aside. They will become the punching bags or the bodyguards to protect the ethereals.
How can you not see the virtue in that?
But they did not have to die. We could have evaded the strike.
Do not dishonor the memory of those who have bought us this second chance, High Commander.
Oh, okay, so there's two of them.
It is not befitting one of your rank.
She made two fists and brought one on top of the other, the lower one turning to a splayed hand as if broken by the upper.
They made the sacrifice of shattered jade.
The ethereal says they made the sacrifice. They didn't make a sacrifice. They did not decide that they're going to do this. They made no decision. You made it for them, for the greater good.
Costly, but worthy indeed.
If it were not for their selfless act, the Guelar warship may have turned its attentions instead to this craft.
Their selfless act, as if they're the ones who did it. No. Those people did not do it. It was you guys.
And the next after that, we contained it. By exposing a weakness, we turned its strength against it, beckoning it to its own destruction. Now we have cut off the wounded limb, so that the greater body may live on.
Right? Yes. For the greater good.
And is it right that only those above La rank were rescued? Is it right that every person below that rank is now dead?
Unquestionably so. Theirs was a noble sacrifice, and they would have made it willingly, as you well know.
Of course they would, because you control them. They're your thralls. No one would ever dare defy the will of an ethereal.
You took away their ability to choose.
The Tauva demanded it. They died as heroes. The fact you challenge that shows that perhaps your understanding of the notion is not as complete as we thought.
Yes, it's not. It's not. He started to question, he's starting to challenge. this authority that he's being led by.
They died comatose and under automated control,
said Farsight. His thoughts turned to his mentor, Master Puretide. His last few years of peace torn away by the mind-mapping procedure that he himself had facilitated. There was a palpable chill in the air as the ethereal shared meaningful glances. Then all three looked in Farsight's direction at once. Their combined scrutiny was terrifyingly intense. Farsight pulled together as much resolve as he could muster, and ploughed on nonetheless.
I do appreciate that an elemental quorum gave the order for the evacuation to commence, and I thank Commander Bravestorm for acting on my behalf. But I have to say that there must have been other paths to lead away from that disaster. Paths that would not have proven so costly to our expedition.
Why didn't they wake you up, Farsight? They should have woke you up if there was this type of situation. Oh yeah, did I say congratulations on your promotion to High Commander? Congratulations.
We have lost perhaps a third of our strength and the vast majority of our basic teams. Who knows how many Kairota it will take for the reinforcement ships to reach us across the other side of the Gulf.
Reinforcement ships?
There will be no reinforcement ships.
Farsight felt his mind.
Oh man, the Tau are funny. The ethereals are so funny. They are so funny. Yo. And they still expect that they're going to rule the galaxy with this type of mindset. Wow.
Fall backwards into a blind void. He struggled to center himself, to find some kind of control.
There have to be.
That is not so.
It's as if they're setting you up for failure. You know? Commander Farsight. It's as if they're setting you up for failure. When you are expecting reinforcements, like when you were on Arkunasha, when you are expecting reinforcements to finally defeat your enemies, the ethereals are like, no, we're not giving you anything like that. Now, in this situation, you're expecting reinforcements. The ethereals are like, no, we're not giving you that. We're not giving you that. It's as if really like they just want to put you down, but at the same time use your success for their success as the Tauva, as the ethereals leading the Tau Empire. Wow.
It is not the ships I seek, of course, so much as the passengers. I speak of the reinforcements to replace the losses of those La rank. Billions of Tau lives. We cannot conquer these Imperial ravagers without them, let alone turn the Enclave worlds into full septs.
You must find a way, High Commander,
said the ethereal Auntipia.
Make water into wine, Farsight. Make water into wine.
Her hands held palm upward with fingers spread, in the gesture of question with many answers.
If the Tau Empire's trust in you is to be repaid, you will find a way.
Farsight felt his blood rushing hot in his veins, as the import of Auntipia's declaration sank in. They were not a vanguard of a larger expedition, as Farsight had long thought. They were the sum totality of the strength that the Tau Empire was prepared to commit. And every death had brought them a little closer to failure.
And the fact that you guys are pushing forward in, getting into the territories of the Imperium of Man and taking their planets, you are poking at a bear. The bear is still busy with other matters right now. With the Tyranids and with other situations in the galaxy. But the more you poke at it, the more irritated it becomes. It's going to turn on you guys, and you won't have any sort of defense against the Imperium of Man. And now the Ethereals are telling you there's not going to be any backup. You're not going to have any reinforcements coming in. I'm telling you, they're setting him up for failure.
How could he be so blind? To lose a third of their strength before they had even crossed the gulf. It beggared belief. But it was the fact on some level. Farsight had assumed that he would have been given access to more resources that made him feel like a fool twice over. How had he misunderstood so badly and so soon?
Tau society without its lower ranks cannot work. I am sure you remember the events of Arkunasha even more vividly than I. Then you will remember that we were on the brink of victory when the Ethereals gave the great decree. Even a single hunter cadre could have tipped the balance and made short work of what became several more Tau seer of conflict.
Silence. Silence. You are being disrespectful to the Ethereals. Silence.
By hesitating, by withdrawing our command structure, we sacrificed thousands of Tau lives. There was no reason for it. Not that I could discern.
You dare question our judgment as the Ethereals? You firecast worm? Ah, how dare you?
Just because you cannot perceive it does not mean it did not exist.
You let them die! The very Tau we made planetfall to protect! I fought for half my adult life to protect that world, to wrest victory under the most hostile and unlikely conditions I have ever seen.
Farsight felt his breath coming in ragged gasps, felt a warning voice in his head telling him to be silent, but fierce emotions long suppressed bubbled through his mind.
Then, at the last moment, the Aun snatched our best chance of freedom and peace away. To what end? To conserve resources, when an entire planet's population and infrastructure were at stake. And here you have done it again, consigning countless lives to the void.
There was nothing but ringing silence in answer. Farsight looked around, but saw only eyes cast downward. The expedition's only 3 Ethereals. Each stared straight at him with heads slightly cocked at the same angle. It made Farsight feel sick inside.
I offer the deepest contrition.
Don't give them your contrition. No. You are in the right, Farsight. You are in the right. Don't ask for forgiveness.
Do not know what made me speak out of turn. Please.
He made the clasping hands of the unworthy supplicant and put them to his forehead.
Please forgive my outburst.
We know that you care deeply about the Tauva, and that is why your emotions soar high. It is well known that the blood of Violans runs hot. For these reasons, and for your exemplary service to the greater good, we forgive you.
Farsight bowed low.
Should you speak to us in this manner again, whether in public or in private council, you will be exiled forever.
A cold fear crept across Farsight's skin, puckering it in a dozen places.
You will trust our judgment, now and in perpetuity. In this matter, we speak as one. You will rally this expedition and conquer the Enclave worlds in the name of the greater good. Those who have remained in stasis over the evacuation and recovery phases will have the news of their lost comrades broken to them once their diurnal cycle is re-established, and not before. Do you understand what the Tauva asks of you?
I do,
said Farsight quietly. He could not bring himself to meet the gaze of any one of the Ethereals. Some iron certainty told him that even had they tortured his teammates in front of him, he still could not have stood against them.
No, I think you would have, Farsight. I think you would have. I think you have reached that point in your life where the compulsion from the Ethereals is not as strong as it was before. The moment your master Puretide told you not to trust them, you also had that, that revelation that, trusting in these entities is a mistake. It's a problem. And I think you have... he lied about... who was it? One of his friends who had the chips inside his mind. I just forgot about his name. But, you lied to protect your friend. And I'm sure you can do something similar. Should anything like that happen where your friends are being tortured in front of you, you would stand up for them. There's no way that you would just allow the ethereals to do as they please with your closest confidants. Not you.
We will enter Enclave space before the end of the Tau Seer. By that time, you will have reorganized your military structure and made provision for a new garrison procedure. Complete your work on the analysis of the Imperial War Doctrine and circulate it to your fellow commanders as soon as you are able.
I will.
You may leave, High Commander. Remember the fate of those in your position who fail to act in the interests of the greater good.
In the interests of the ethereals.
The second sphere of expansion had already met tragedy. Billions of Tau had been lost after crossing the Damocles Gulf. Farsight was furious, as that choice to leave billions in cryo-sleep to death had been taken away by the three ethereals accompanying the expedition. From Dal'yth years ago, Farsight stood before the Cast Council, granted the honor of leading the second sphere of expansion. He would lead the Tau across the Gulf and recapture the lost colony worlds taken by the Imperium and bring them once more into the light of the Tau Var. Farsight was speechless, seeing the annoyance barely kept in check over his rival Shadowsun's features. He didn't feel worthy, even recommending Shadowsun to take his place, but it was quickly overruled by Aun Var. They want rid of you. The audience chamber froze in silence, staring at the water-cast Paul Malcor.
Paul Malcor. Paul, how could you say that? How could you say that? How could you say that they want rid of him? I mean, it's true. I think it's true, but, at least tell him in private, not in public like this. Malcor. Okay.
A somewhat poor example of his caste's reputation for deft diplomacy. They fear the Firecast becoming too influential, upsetting the balance of things. They wanted rid of Farsight, for him to be far from the core worlds or to die a martyr. The Ethereals desperately tried to push past the crude interruption, but the thought hung in Farsight's mind like a migraine, fearing how true the blunt Watercast words truly were. The second sphere of expansion was amassing. Above the skies of Dal'yth, the sight of thousands of colossal starships humbling for Farsight, as he felt the weight of responsibility sit heavily upon his shoulders. Billions of lives were now under his care, but with Bravestorm, Oblatai III, the cloned Brightsword, that still unnerved him, and the scientist Ovesa at his side, he felt more confident. In a way, they were his brothers, his friends. Into the Earthcast laboratories Farsight rushed, hoping to catch Shadowsun and Kais before the cryosleep was activated. These heroes of the Empire staying behind for the future Tau generations. It brought Farsight great comfort, as he was able to find some reconciliation with Shadowsun. It was melancholic for both of them, the fact that they would never see each other again, and the recent news that Master Puretide was close to death. Stubbornness had been Shadowsun's weakness, as had hot-headedness been his.
So, Master Puretide is still alive. Okay, alright. But his mind is not as it used to be after that procedure. Okay. And it seems like the other pupils of Master Puretide are heading into hibernation or cryogenic hibernation. Yeah, if I can say that. And they're going to be awakened whenever the Tau Empire is under threat. While Commander Farsight is heading out to commence the second sphere of expansion for the Tau Empire. Okay.
The two warriors finally left on good terms. Before crowds of thousands, Farsight stood as the hero of Arkunasha, defender of Dal'yth, and High Commander of the Second Sphere, as they launched into the stars. Billions of Tau and cryosleep drifted across the Damocles Gulf, all except for Farsight, choosing to stay awake as he lived the wisdom of Puretide, study the stone shape of his thoughts from the ripples that flow from their impact. The war with the Imperium had given Farsight much to learn from, just like his time from Arkunasha and his penning of the Book of the Beast. He created his own doctrine, from thousands of hours of footage and data slates, recreating the Imperium's own Codex Astartes from reverse. But this time of reflection came to a sudden end, as ships from the Imperium of Man burst from the warp. The second sphere was under attack, and Farsight had barely a skeleton crew defending the sleeping billions of Tau. Rushing from his post, Farsight headed for Ovace's lab, arming himself with a new prototype suit.
Okay, so I thought that he was asleep during the time when the Ethereals made the decision to, sacrifice all of those billions of Tau in their defense. I thought he was in his cryogenic sleep process as well, like everybody else, and then he was woken up and then told about what has happened. But he's been awake this entire time, and now they're being attacked by the Imperium of Man. Okay.
Housing the secret Coalstar AI, Farsight barely trusted Ovace, not since Arkunasha, with the stolen memories of Oblatai and the cloning of Brightsword, but he had no choice. Launching himself into the vacuum of space, towards the enormous Gothic cathedral-like ships of the Imperials. Commander Bravestorm, Brightsword, and Oblatai 3 left behind to stall the Space Marines approaching in breaching pods. The Scar Lords had come for vengeance, for the war upon Dal'yth. Approaching the Imperial ship, Farsight heard that voice again. Paw of Malcor, the water cast from the council meeting, telling him to find the Gellerfield generator. Farsight...
How does he know about that?
Felt unnerved, pondering how this water card had known so much.
Yeah, I'm also wondering about that now. How does he know about the Gellerfield? Damn it. Hey, Imperium of Man, I hope that they don't find the Gellerfield technology. I hope. Because the moment the Tau do have the capabilities of entering into the warp, well, they don't have navigators yet. Yeah, they don't have navigators, at least. But, with the Gellerfield, they're just one step closer to, travel the warp in a far more safer manner than they are doing right now with their faster-than-light technology. Ugh.
About Imperial technology. But if that council meeting had shown him anything, it was that poor Malcor spoke plainly. Farsight burst into the hold of the Imperial ship, the Space Marine seemingly gone, likely reaping havoc on his own flagship. Farsight pushed further into the strange and oppressive environment of the Imperial hold, until finally he reached the Gellerfield room. In tight corridors he pushed again, having to abandon the safety of his own suit, almost instantly finding himself attacked by guards. Disgusting cyborg human monstrosities lunged at him, breaking his hand as he fought desperately to fight back. Something was very wrong with the energy of this room. Something only confirmed as a rogue hit smashed the Gellerfield device. Almost from thin air, strange horrifying creatures that made Farsight feel sick spawned into the room.
Demons.
Farsight grabbed his head, as every nerve in his body was alight, his mind swimming with pain and torment. Visions poured into his mind, images of a desecrated legacy, of Tau in shackles to masters, and hexagram shape, and creatures of nightmare recoiling from it, all burning into his psyche.
Is this the future? Is he seeing the future? Probably, yes, it's possible. I think the demons are showing him a future. Wow, that's interesting. Okay.
Farsight ran, returning to the Cold Star suit, wounded in mind and body, but alive. His sabotage complete. His suit roared back into the vacuum of space as a creature of metallic avian wings chased his tail. It
must be a demon of Zinch, probably.
Defied all knowledge and sense, seemingly resistant to conventional weapons fire. Timing his movements to a blast from the massive warships, he obliterated the winged beast, but leaving himself adrift in space. He felt the air leave his lungs, and the black spots on his vision bring the darkness. But Farsight awoke. He lived. His daring void sabotage destroying the Imperials with their Gellerfield failure, only for Farsight to learn that the dying vessel, like a primitive, had rammed the Tau flagship in its death cries. The High Commander had been out of action when the Ethereals had stepped in.
Okay, so that's how it happened. Alright.
Ordering the awakening of those in the upper ranks to the other ships, leaving billions to die. Farsight made his fury obvious, the act of shouting at an ethereal unheard of in Tau history. But the blood of those he failed was on his hands, a grief so deep it overpowered his reverence for the Aun's presence. That anger crept up again, the abandoning of Arkunasha, the accusation of being Vashyar, Puretide's warning, and the fact that no reinforcements were coming. The Violan's hot blood roared as he screamed, "You let them die!" A shame he quickly regretted. The Tau Va. Thoughts of the greater good brought him back, and the shame of his outburst. Farsight left the Council of Ethereals, something within fundamentally shifting as his once reverence for the ethereal caste began to die within. He had fought bravely, but again he'd acted alone as his master Puretide had scolded him before. It would be something he would have to correct as finally the Farsight expedition reached the colony world of Viola, once the farthest reaches of the Empire, now reclaimed by the oppressive Imperium and its allies the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Okay.
The sight from the volcanic, searing hot surface of Viola shocked and enraged Farsight. Millions of captured Tau and human sympathizers, all fed into great lava furnaces as fuel for the crude Mechanicus machinery. Shackled Tau and humans slaving away in factories. The vile message of the Imperium was clear. A torture and punishment designed to break the body and soul. The very air of Viola was filled with Tau biosigns, remnants of the people burned alive under the cruelty of Imperial rule.
Yeah, that is the Imperium of Man for you. I'm still human and I'm still going to support them. Yes, look, they are terrible. The Imperium of Man is terrible. But I will still support it. I'm not going to be led by the Ethereals. I'm not going to be led by any Xeno race.
The expedition's force was outnumbered. Many thought victory impossible. But with the reasoning of the greater good behind their actions, they couldn't afford to fail. Farsight was not the young pupil of Puretide like he had been upon arriving at Arkunasha. He was a veteran of decades. He had made many errors, failed, and nearly died many times. The scars of those engagements still upon his body. But just like upon Arkunasha, he would use the environment and the mind of his enemy to forge a path to victory. Like his own namesake, he saw the path laid out before him. If the Imperium saw Viola and his people as only as a resource, then he would take away both.
The Enclave Wars. Okay.
They wouldn't resist. The human slaves punished with eternal back-breaking factory work for sympathizing with the Tau. Farsight forces had begun their two-pronged attack. One using the knowledge of his scientist Ovesa to plant a tectonic device in the heart of Viola's volcanic fields, aiming to trigger multiple volcanic eruptions across the world to destroy the Mechanicus power sources. The second was to inspire a revolt of the enslaved humans and captured Tau, but the humans just ignored the battle raging around them as Farsight forces attacked multiple facilities. The forces of the Mechanicus were thrown at Farsight in waves, no regard given to the casualties taken. Speeches of the Tau Va and freedom fell upon deaf ears as the broken slaves continued their work, even amongst the plasma and bolter fire. Humanity's brutal methods and disregard for life and their environment repulsed Farsight. It reinforced the enlightenment of the Tau Va against this oppressive regime.
Oh, please. Save it.
The Tau forces had wreaked a toll, a mountain of Skitarii, but they couldn't sustain it. In their efforts to buy time, with multiple Mondkar strikes and the attempted uprising, they were losing more time, and soon the Imperium would be upon the seismic device. Farsight's frustration grew until poor Malcor, the blunt watercast voice, blared from the comms of all factories across the world. The speech delivered one of such venom and hate that it shocked Farsight. You are slaves, but you can be free again. You can tear away your chains and use them to strangle your oppressors. Some of you will die. For some of you it will be a blessed relief. For the rest, these sacrifices will buy freedom. Your life of slavery will be given meaning by a hero's death. Rise up against them. Pick up tools, pick up rocks, ball your fists and bare your teeth. It is time for vengeance.
Nice speech there, Malcor. Well done.
Screams of poor Malcor were drowned out, as a tide of humanity full of hate threw themselves upon the enforcers and forces of the Mechanicus. The number of dead on both sides astronomical in a matter of minutes. Farsight heard it all, in part terrified at the understanding of the human mind by the watercast and his apparent perfect low Gothic.
Like, Paul McCall, he knows too much. Way too much. And I don't know how is this man still alive. I don't know what is the Imperium of Man doing. I don't know what the Inquisitors are doing. But this is a high-value target. He needs to be taken out. He knows too much. He understands too much. And he's able to apply the knowledge that he has to great effect. He's a threat. If the Inquisitors have a bingo book, he should be there at the top as one of the most important people to kill.
Something Farsight had to deal with later, as the High Commander in his crimson suit launched his attack for the Tau Va, as Farsight, disciplined lines of fire cast and roaring battlesuits leapt forward, many of his forces choosing to adopt the crimson colour of their High Commander's suit, the image a display of a reigning apocalypse as the Mondkar of Farsight was coming. Into the caverns he and his cadre descended, planting Ovace's devices as other teams in unison planted theirs across the planet. From the side he saw the prisons of the Tau slaves. innocents, captured after the Mechanicus' reconquest before the Damocles Crusade. Farsight shouldn't be distracted, but the heat of pure rage growing in his chest couldn't be held in. The cries of thousands of Tau fed into a lava lake as fuel was haunting. Farsight in his Cold Star suit rocketed into the disgusting cybernetic guards, his gun kicking as he shredded the bodies in his path. "You must pay," he snarled. The teams of Bravestorm and Brightsword following behind their brother. As
I wonder if the Mechanicus made any Tau servitors, if that's even possible.
more Tau forces joined their high commander in the liberation. Flames and black smoke surrounded Farsight, the smell of sulfur reaching even inside his suit. With a beachhead established and his bloodlust sated for a moment, he planted Ovasis' device, but this respite was disturbed as a tear appeared in front of him. A disfigured marine with a glowing rune sword stepped out, flanked by other space marines.
Out of a portal? Okay, this is definitely Chaos Marines. Yeah.
The Scarlords, remnants from the battle after the crossing of the Gulf, had warped straight in front of Farsight. The beachhead again erupted into violence.
And they warped in. They didn't teleport down to the surface by ship. They warped in. These guys sound like Chaos Marines. Yeah.
From a face filled with gruesome scar tissue, foul guttural words spilled forth, unleashing bolts of flame from the fingers of the leading marine. Brightsword and Bravestorm rushed to their brother's side as the elite of two empires clashed together. Farsight felt the mind science of this lead marine enter his own,
A psyker.
like invasive tendrils, the crackling energies passing through his shielding. Just like before Dal'yth, the Tau had no counter. From the scar-ravaged mouth, vitriol spat forth from the space marine. I embody the Emperor's holy flame. I have the raw power of the warp at my command.
Oh, okay, I'm wrong. I thought they were psychers, Chaos Marines, but they're not Chaos Marines. Alright, sorry. I made a mistake there.
Farsight, pushing his suit to the limits of his agility, brought time for himself to think. Power. These humans had power in their monstrous tide of the war machine. But the Tau had something greater. Unity. The Tau Var. Farsight threw himself away from the psychic marine, towards the cages of trapped Tau slaves, and he smashed the lock. The Tau civilians burst from their cages and ran towards their oppressors. They were not like the humans. Unified by the greater good, they cared not for their own lives, but that of the collective. They drowned the Mechanicus' forces and the Space Marines in a mosh pit of flesh, beating them and shoving the Psycho Marine down, even as dozens of them were cleaved apart by each desperate swing.
Wow, are you telling me a librarian is being overrun by civilians who don't even have any armor, no weapons in their possession? They're just being... It's just a tide of civilians heading straight for these Astartes. And a psyker, no less. Huh.
Into the lava the civilians dragged their enemy, Farsight watching the liquid magma flow into the Marine's eyes and mouth. Many times Farsight had underestimated these Imperials, but he pitied those who underestimated the resolve of the greater good. The seismic device had been secured. The rest of the Space Marines were slain by Bravestorm and Brightsword, but as Farsight turned his back, a deafening roar erupted from the lava lake. A glowing figure with wings of flames burst from the magma, booming the words, "I am fire." The psychic creature...
Okay, is that the same librarian? Huh. Alright.
of flame swung at Farsight, sending him spinning. He regained his footing, but he had nothing to combat it. The plasma and fire would only fuel this creation. From the sides of the ridge a voice bellowed out. "There is no way you can stop us. We Tau are a disease. and we have infected your empire already. Poor Malkor, the Watercast. Again his words shook Farsight to the core, as he heard vitriol never before uttered from a Tau's mouth. Multicolored flames sprung forth from the Watercast's hands.
Multicolored flames? There's no way he's a Psyker, is there?
Lassoing around the Angel of Fire and snuffing out his power. The Psycho Marine struggled, rasping, "Release me, demon." With a sickening grin, poor Malkor released its victim back into the magma.
Whoa, Paul Malkor's a demon? So what, Paul Malkor is being possessed by a demon? And maybe that's why, Paul Malkor knows so much about the Imperium of Man. Yeah. Wow. I didn't even know demons could possess Tau. Because, their souls are not really reflected in the warp like how human souls are. They don't shine as much as human souls in the Immaterium, if I should say it like that.
A baptism of fire that consumed him. The plan worked. Ovasa's devices triggered the seismic force, so great the planet itself erupted. The Mechanicus facilities were smashed and carved apart by magma and flame. Farsight stood victorious as the last part of his strategy came into fruition. Oblatai 3 thundered into orbit, the AI engrammed from Farsight's old friend, heading directly for the Space Marines flagship. Farsight was often surprised by the Imperium's cruelty, but he knew the consequences of defeat for the Imperials. Virus bombs. Exterminatus was the last resort. Averted, as Oblatai destroyed the payload in the launching bay. The Scar Lord's chapter was annihilated to the last, in an explosion even seen from the surface. Viola had been reclaimed, the Tau civilians saved, and the human rebels folded into the warm embrace of the greater good. Once again Farsight had achieved victory, outmatched and outgunned, his foresight once again integral, and his use of the environment against his enemies, just like Arkunasha.
Yeah, no, well done. Well done, Commander Farsight. But the Watercast member, Paul Malkor, I think he needs to be watched very carefully. If he is being possessed by a demon, he needs to be watched. But I don't even think the Tau would really, think about apprehending Paul Malkor. I don't think they would even think about apprehending him and putting him into like a cell because they would understand that he is possessed by a demon. They wouldn't understand that. They don't know about the Immaterium. They don't know about the forces that exist in the Immaterium, and the fact that these entities can control a being in the Materium world. So yeah, I guess Malkor is just going to continue as everything is fine, everything's normal with the Tau, when it's actually a demon, posing as Malkor. Yeah. Interesting.
But in this moment of triumph, something bothered him. To the communications quarters he strode, looking for Dal'yth, a human psyker and advisor he had come to respect since the expeditions launched.
Damn traitor.
He chimed on the door, only to hear the voice of poor Malkor respond manically. "I am attempting to torture Mademoiselle Dal'yth, but your presence is making it difficult. I shall peel her face for you as an offering to a great leader." Farsight burst in.
Wow. And here I thought that you were just going to act normal amongst the Tau, but you've decided that you're going to attack one of the close confidants of Commander Farsight. Wow.
Seeing poor Malkor leering over Dal'yth with an expression that made Farsight's skin crawl. He had put trust in him, heard his blunt words upon Dal'yth, his knowledge of the Gellerfield device, his
It's a demon.
word to the slaves on Viola. He had seen it now. He had been manipulated. Farsight thought to the words of the dying Psyker. Demon. The possessed water caste lashed out with manifest crystal weapons and flames of multicolour. Farsight moved, but found himself paralysed as a psychic attack struck his mind. He fell to the floor as visions flooded his mind. Greenskins, a horde of chitinous monstrosities, Shadow Sun's hateful gaze, Mount Kanji. Visions screamed in his mind as he willed his body to move.
Oh, he's seeing into the future again. Alright, so it must be Melkor. He's giving him, more sight into the future.
The visions. He had seen them before, as well as a symbol. One he saw beasts recoil from. Farsight broke his paralysis, leaping upon the creature and carving the hexagrammic shape into his chest. Its last gargled words screaming how the ethereals had killed his master. Ovesa stepped forward quickly, laser evaporating the saliva with an apologetic grimace.
Just give him a moment. He is coming round.
Tell me he is not in pain,
said Farsight, fighting to stay calm. He had threatened to stab Ovesa once, when he had experimented on Oblatai back on Arkunasha, but he could not afford to alienate the scientist now.
Sure.
Ovesa's haptic gloves twitched, dotting and sliding as he adjusted the levels of the simulation trickling from his neural web into the subject's dissected brain. Suddenly the old commander's head snapped up, his eyes clear and focused.
I offer a contribution for my lapse in protocolic standard, High Commander, and for the fact I cannot accentuate the gesture. Greetings, nonetheless. Shas o Viorla, Shovaskais Montir, in the light of the Tauva.
And to you, old friend.
The sight of the distinguished officer held like a fly in a web of neural wiring, straining for a formal tone even with his brain pan open and his cerebrum cut into slices.
What the hell is going on here?
Made Farsight's skin prickle with heat, even in the laboratory's cold and sterile atmosphere.
Given that I am communicating with you at what appears to be normal capacity, would it be fair to assume that our honored comrade Ovesa has found a solution? I must return to the Dal'ythan theater of war at the earliest possible junction. I fear at a critical moment I have inevitably abandoned the...
He stopped. Head
The Dal'yth battlefield was a long time ago. The Daemotis crusade had ended.
twitching as if in spasm.
Is he all right?
It was not Shavastos that replied, but something wearing his skin.
You come back to me, boy.
It was a deep, unhurried voice, rich with gravitas.
You come back to me, boy.
Wait, is it Commander Puretide? Master Puretide, sorry, not Commander, but Master Puretide. Oh, it must have been those, sorry, those chips that have been implanted.
You seek to learn once more at the foot of the Master.
Farsight took a step back. He looked at Ovesa. The Master Scientist had his back to him, pretending to be absorbed in his data.
Do not forget the lesson of Kanji Yongsho. In adversity, there is truth.
Do you realize that you are no longer upon the peak, Master?
I do. I have been called upon to fight for the supremacy of the Tau once more, but in a new body. One more fitting for the warrior's art.
Farsight watched the slices of the elderly commander's brain quiver within their suspensor field, the tiny sliver wires in each piece twitching, and said nothing.
Master Puretide, times are dire. We have need of your perspective, your genius. 4 worlds are under attack at one time, an all-out assault on dozens of theaters of war. There are fulasso elements of the invasion that I cannot unpick, even with your teachings.
Those who seek swift enlightenment.
said Puretide, weighing his words.
Should not be carried upon a river of words. Sharpen your truth, boy. Start again.
I offer contrition, Master,
said Farsight, making the sign of the unworthy student.
We are far from the Sept Worlds, on the Corward side of the Damocles Gulf.
Then I taught you well. It was ever our destiny to cross the sea of nebulas.
As you say, yet in my haste to eradicate the Imperials, I allowed the Begel to gain a foothold in our new enclaves. With the humans all but beaten, I drove the Orcs from the Vorak belt, and then pursued them, bringing them to bay upon Atari Vo. We scoured the Sept Worlds of their presence.
There was a heavy cost,
said Puretide, reading between his pupils' words.
Far heavier than the Tauva would allow.
Yes.
A knife of shame twisted in Farsight's chest.
We inadvertently allowed part of their war group to escape. The vanguard of those same elements crossed back to the enclaves whilst we were still engaged, making far better time than we ever have.
Yeah, the orcs can be a nuisance. If you don't finish them off immediately, they will come back stronger. They'll come back even more, complicated in terms of, you wanting to defeat them.
The Begel race can intuit paths through the tempests of the void. The race can intuit paths through the tempests of the void. They achieve through luck and instinct that which the air caste does through years of study.
So it seems. I failed to destroy them, Master. And now the fate of the enclaves is bleak. War rages on all four of the principal worlds.
Why do you seek out a cold ghost, boy?
That's what I've also been, talking about when it comes to the fact that the Ethereals want to copy the sum total mind of, Master Puretide. Why go looking for ghosts to find answers for your problems? Why do that when you know that Master Puretide's knowledge is still limited to the battles he's been fighting when he was at his prime, and the philosophy and the conduct and the way he conducts battles, have not evolved to the part where the Tau are now fighting against the Orcs, or the Tau are fighting against the Imperium of Man. So why go looking for this ghost for help?
You are needed in the fires of war.
I am unworthy of overall command, Master.
That is a lie.
It is not. The inner light for which I was named has guttered and died.
There was a pause. Then, the frigidity of the chamber seeming to settle into Farsight's bones. Then the Master spoke once more.
Elaborate.
My decision to cross the Gulf into Sept space was an abandonment of my duty. Upon Atari Vo, I led my cadre into an ambush, and thereby lost all my warriors save those of O rank. I have yet to face formal censure. Perhaps the time is too dire, but countless Tau have died because of my decision, and not for the first time. I have failed. I must reflect, learn, and grow before I can consider myself ready for command once more.
So you're going to leave, and then who's going to command in your stead? It must be nice being a Tau commander. The fact that you can just go. You can just go, and I don't know, what are you going to do? Look for the answers within yourself? And probably the person who's going to leave behind to take command is... who is it again? Commander... Who is it? Yeah, it might be Commander Brightsword, or it might be someone else that is going to leave behind to take command. I mean, I don't know, that just sounds wrong to me. The fact that you can just leave your responsibilities to others while you go somewhere to go find yourself in a time of war.
You disgust me, Sho.
I disgust myself. I feel unable to look at myself in a mirror field, let alone to be touted as a figurehead for reconquest.
And so you wish me, or rather an echo of me trapped in the clandestine fire experiment, to take your place.
I do not wish it. I believe it is the only course left to us if we are to act on the true furtherance of the greater good. You said not to trust them at all. I took you at your word, and now I do not even trust myself.
Given your tone, perhaps you are right not to.
Please, Master. I cannot command, not with my mental state so compromised. I must find balance. I must return to the peak.
You cannot. That place is empty of all but memories. Another crossing of the gulf would consume you.
Farsight had no reply.
Do you not recall the lesson of the High Pass?
I do, of course.
You do not. You have forgotten, boy.
Yikes.
Or you would not be here, blinded by your own myth.
Farsight could only look down.
Seeking to learn anew the lessons of the past, must I beat them into you once more?
Of course, Master.
Do you know where?
I think I do.
Then go. Go with the aid of the fire. My host and I will take your place.
The ethereals cannot know you exist, Master. Not as Puretide, and not as Shavastos.
Then may we be thankful for the wonder of the hero's mantle. I will pilot a reserve XV-8 as the Saznami of this world's Indigni commander.
Alvesa turned back, making the gesture of the challenge readily taken.
Go forth, Montkasho, and find your inner light once more. Think clearly to furtherance. I know it was never easy for you, but you must, for the sake of the greater good. My host and I will salvage what I can of your war effort.
Farsight knelt, sweeping his arm out wide with a gesture of the warrior subservient.
So, now what about the ethereals? When they ask for a meeting with Farsight, with Commander Farsight, or High Commander Farsight, like, who's gonna tell the ethereals that he left to go and meditate? Who's going to tell the ethereals that the High Commander has left to go meditate? And who's going to tell the ethereals that this is the new commander? And what if the ethereals start saying, okay, new commander, we need to see your face. Open up that capsule. Let's see who you are. Oh my gosh. Anyways, good luck.
Crucified, dissected angel of war above him stared down in something between contempt and sympathy.
Do not fail the Tauva again, Sho.
He shivered and fell still.
The Arthas Moloch. Wait, isn't this the place where he got the Dawn Blade? Yeah, I think this is the planet where he got the Dawn Blade. Okay.
Farsight sat cross-legged in meditation, upon the ocean floor of the enclave world of Violos, cocooned inside Ovesa's latest iteration of the Cold Star battlesuit. Sleek-bodied night sharks, glowfish and lesser fish swam around him as the cycles of days passed. Hunger had become a distant thought as his mind drifted into a deep trance. He thought of the bubbling fizzes around him, the planet's vents, fire and water meeting, mixing into something new. A thought so perplexing to a life born into the strict traditions of a caste life. He locked his thoughts away from the current conflict. The one he had asked the engram chit Puretide Shavastos to helm in his absence. His old friend had been kept hidden from the eyes of the ethereals, ever since the Damocles Crusade. Chasse au Viola, Chauve Kais Monter. The Tau beneath the hero that was the High Commander, Farsight. He was old, almost rivaling the age of Master Puretide, had been at their last meeting. He had served his role for decades, fighting across numerous worlds from Arkunasha and Dal'yth to the reconquest of the Enclave worlds such as Violas, Tenekla, Guevesario, Salash Hay, and Lub Grahar. An entire generation of firecars had been raised up in his time as High Commander of the second sphere of expansion. His name was a symbol. Statues were made in his honor across many of the Tau worlds within the heart of the Empire. But now he felt the farthest thing from the hero he was meant to be. Each time he had battled, he had gleaned as much information as he could about his enemy, forming his strategy upon the enormous piles of data and his memory. But he felt that speciality slip from his grasp.
Well, you are getting older now.
He'd been lured into a freebooter Orc fleet ambush, taking his forces back across the Damocles Gulf to save the Sept worlds under threat. But it was a trap, a crude Orc Kauyan that had cost him many of his elite XV8 suit pilots, Farsight barely escaping with his own life, only to find upon his return back to the Enclave worlds that they had been the true target all along. The Tau colonies were swarmed by an enormous Orc war. Again, condemnation came from the Ethereals. Rumours of the accusation of being Vashyar circled again. But worst of all, Farsight had lost trust in himself. He was disgusted by his own weakness. He needed to hone himself back into the sharpened blade that had left Mount Kanji all those decades ago. Days Farsight had spent in meditation at the sea floor, building it all into a mind palace, scraping through every detail, using knowledge he had gleaned from years of working with the other castes. Realization hit the old warrior. He rocketed from the ocean floor. A scarlet warsuit emerged into the air. He had accepted the truth he had known of himself. He was Vashyar.
Heretic. Heretic to the Tau nation. Definitely.
It was taboo, yet in that mindset it held power. A source of truth that flowed over him. Into a volcanic waste he soared, pushing the Cold Star suit through the ruins of a burning forest. The flames licked his suit and began to singe his skin beneath. He felt the pain, the heat within his soul rise to meet his exterior. He launched his suit to the sky. He was a glowing ember of righteous wrath, a phoenix reborn from the flame. To the world of Tenekla, Commander Farsight suddenly joined them out of nowhere, ordering every aircraft pilot into the skies to override their consoles and release their propellant gases, forming a wall of volatile emissions, and then igniting it with a blast from his own plasma rifle.
Air and fire.
A great gale of flame roared across the Orc aircraft, burning them to ash. A gift of air and fire.
Yeah.
On Salash Hay, he dove once more to the bottom of the ocean, planting a seismic device, erupting a tidal wave that swallowed the greenskins as the Tau city sat safely underneath the surface.
Water and earth.
A gift of earth and water. On the desert plains of Lub Grahal, he ordered the Tau cities lifted into the air as he launched more seismic devices into the planet's surface. The earthquake swallowed the Orc forces into a dusty grave.
Earth and air, right?
A gift of air and earth. To Violos, the High Commander returned, before all the forces of the Tau and all of the castes he declared them Talisaria. The Firecast ritual bonding them all as sworn brothers and sisters. The crimson born upon Arkunasha was worn proudly by all Tau now, as they launched themselves upon the last Orc remnants upon Viola. The Orc War was picked apart piece by piece, denied open battle, and repeatedly suffering Montcar assassinations until disarray and infighting broke it apart. Cleansing fire bombed the last touch to scour the planet their foul influence forever.
Oh, cleansing fire. Okay. Alright. So probably also the seeds were burnt in this cleansing fire.
The Second War of the Enclaves had been won. Before the people High Commander Farsight, Bravestorm, Brightsword, Shavastos, and Oblatai IV stood, a brotherhood that bore the hero's mantle in the name of the greater good. A decade of war followed, as Farsight chased the remnants of the Orcs to their last stand, to finally eliminate the architect of the Sept World's invasion, War Chief Grog. The forces of the Enclave staring down upon the world of Arthas Moloch, a world that seemed to unsettle even the now ancient Farsight. After all he had seen in this universe, the arid surface of Arthas Moloch bore no life. Even down to the bacterial level, it was empty. Emerging from the earth in sparse places were the ruins of what had once been an ancient civilization. Clearly a culture that had once valued architecture and the hermetic arts. Hexagrammic designs were evident in their formations and decorations. It was incredible work, chiseled and grafted from a material the Tau had never encountered before. They reminded Farsight of the pattern he had carved with his bonding knife on the demon's chest a decade ago. To the ivory white wastes, Farsight and his forces descended. The smell, the limp winds exacerbating the eerie, chilling sense of death. It felt
It's a blighted planet.
like even hope died upon a world like this. Warchief Grog and his forces had fallen into their old ways, and had been caught in the midst of looting, when Farsight and his cadre launched their Montcars. Like he had 1,000 times before, Farsight and his Crimson Coalstar suit rocketed from the sky directly into the Orc lines, in a blinding assault. Plasma burst from his guns, as he tore through the greenskins around him, stamping on one skull in a satisfying crunch. The Orc corpses began to pile up, when Farsight noticed a strange hum on the cusp of hearing. The blood and corpses of the greenskins and Tau began to flare white. What is this phenomenon? Farsight barked into his Coalstar AI, but no explanation came.
It is the warp.
The white energies released, and began to coalesce into a disc-like shape. All the while the battle raged around, and then it began to rain blood. Farsight felt a familiar sensation tense in his shoulders, and shivers run down his body. Mind science. Psychic arts. The Firecast warriors rushed to their commander, and formed a line. The strange crimson creatures began to take form from the drops of blood.
Blood for the blood god. It's corn.
Horned, scarlet-skinned, bestial creatures took form, as multi-limbed blue and pink humanoids rushed from the white disc. The Tau forces held their ground. A new species had emerged in front of their eyes. One protocol demanded be tested for aptitude for the greater good. The coined Molochites were already tearing apart the Orcs, cleaving and ripping them apart with a ferocity beyond even the greenskins. Farsight felt an involuntary bloodlust rise within as he looked upon them, goading him to fight, but he pushed it down.
No, give into it. Give into it. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne.
It didn't take long before these Molochites began to charge at the Tau lines. The battle began as Farsight took the first sword blow upon his shield. He shot the crimson creature in the face, only to discover it passed through with no harm. The Tau lines came alive with plasma as the two forces clashed. Farsight burst into the air to get a better vantage point, only to stare directly into the white disc. He reeled, as once again visions invaded his mind. Imagery of thousands of slaves smiling so hard they bled. In chains to behemoths who dragged them along, seeing the old and the young, killing those who stepped out of line. The homeworld of Tau burning and drowned in blood.
Oh, if this is the future, oh wow. Oh wow. And if the Tau people are being dragged in chains, I suspect it might be the Drukhari. It might be the Drukhari, or it might be, Chaos forces. It's either these two factions. It's either the Drukhari or it's the Chaos forces that are dragging, Tau slaves with in chains, and their homeworld has been destroyed essentially. It has to be one of those two factions. Interesting. So the Tau Empire is not going to be here for very long. I'm happy.
Farsight clad as a warrior king, throttling Kais and Shadowsun in each hand. Infection.
Whoa. Wow. Now how does that come about? Is there like a civil war, between the Farsight enclaves and, the Tau Empire proper? And then from that defeat, a new threat is being faced by the Tau Empire, where they're being taken over by the Chaos or by Dark Eldar, who come in there when, the Tau Empire is at its weakest. Very interesting. And the fact that Farsight is killing ethereals, that's nice.
Manipulation and debaucherous images that would scar him forever. The ethereals chanting and joined together in twisted unison. Farsight felt enormous pain in his mind and his heart as he faded from consciousness.
The ethereals chanting in unison. Oh no. Are the ethereals going to summon a demon?
The words again screaming. Our race will walk dark paths. Dark paths indeed. Farsight awoke, the fluids of a healing tank all around him. He had been severely injured, and his heart had stopped on 2 separate occasions. He ordered the Earthcast medical staff to release him, but they refused their High Commander. They had been given instructions by their 3 ethereal advisors to prevent him from leaving. The Molochites were like nothing he had seen before. Their abilities defied logic, as if it was primitive and yet also advanced. Farsight's frustration turned to rage as he learned that the ethereals had ordered the evacuation of the planet in his absence and had left behind thousands. Again, the ethereals
sorry about that, guys. Sorry.
Made the choice to save only those at the upper echelon, just like the fleet battle at the crossing of the Damocles Gulf decades before. Why? Why did the ethereals want to leave so greatly? What were they hiding? With help from the human advisor and Psyker Delacroix, Farsight broke out from his medical prison. Falling upon the floors, he spluttered liquids from his lungs. He clutched his heart as it seared with pain. Finally, he stood, throwing on a shoal to keep his dignity as he and Delacroix strode through the ship. He felt like a fugitive, keeping his profile low as he made his way towards a council chamber. Brightsword, Shavastos, Bravestorm, and Oblatai 5 welcomed their brother. The sight of the hobbling Farsight one that shocked as well as amused them. The situation was clear. They had to return back to Arthas Moloch. To save the cards that still fought on its surface, and the Firecast would do this alone. The ethereals did not approve, and Farsight knew what he was asking of his brothers. They had served with him for decades, battled at its side in all the grueling conflicts he had faced in his life. But he trusted them. He knew they would be loyal, as well as the fact that the ethereal and water cars would spin it as a great heroic rescue when complete. He would ask for forgiveness then. The meeting was interrupted. The three advising ethereals and their guards strode into the chamber.
Uh-oh.
Farsight, seeing how his brother straightened up, and acted with the same reverence he had once felt before the great Aun Wei and Aun Va. Aun Diem, Aun Wei, and Aun Vir walked in with grace. Farsight feeling something well within, but he pushed it down. The subtle interrogation began. The ethereals were asking about his condition and how he had been discharged. Farsight for the second time lied to an ethereal, but it had felt easier than before. Word had reached the ethereals of these Molochites, and the new orders had turned back the fleet towards Arthas Moloch. But this time they would be accompanying Farsight and his warriors personally.
They want the power. They want the power that's on that planet. Why else would they turn around, going back to that very dangerous, extremely dangerous environment? They know more than they're letting on. The ethereals, they want the power.
To ensure the correct conclusions were drawn from the interaction with this new race, Farsight felt the unease bubble up. Correct conclusion. The images swam into his mind. The tower enslaved upon chains. The retreat from Arkunasha. Master Puretide's words. The council meeting before Dal'yth. Part of him had lost trust with them, but they were still the supreme caste. He protested. Their lives were too great to risk upon the field of battle.
Oh no, let them come. Let them come. Let them see the planet. Let them explore.
He thought to himself, were they even coming to spread the Tau Va, or to watch him?
Probably both, but more just to watch you, I think.
Maybe even just to use this as propaganda for the Empire. The ethereals left, Farsight feeling like his hands were now tied. His heart still stung with the pain, as a thought came to him after his long years of service. He may not return from this world. Again to the surface of Arthas Moloch, Farsight, Bravestorm, Brightsword and Oblitai 5 descended. The Tau Enclave forces assailed from all sides by greenskins and Molochites. In his crimson Coalsar suit, Farsight cleaved his way to the beleaguered forces, thrumming plasma shots through greenskins and crimson bestial Xenos with flaming swords, until he saw an enormous, horned, black-winged, beast-snarling, muscular knotted behemoth thrust directly towards him.
It's not Angron, but I wish it was. I just want to see something.
Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, it roared. Farsight feeling genuine fear shiver down his spine.
Guys, I don't support chaos, okay? I don't support chaos. I'm just enjoying the moment. Yeah, I don't support chaos. Forget that you saw me fist pumping. No.
Why do you fight us? He tried to answer back, only to be met by a great axe swinging that nearly carved him in two. He tried everything he knew to glean as much information from his enemies he could, to form a strategy around, but each new morsel of information confounded him, as it broke his understanding of the universe. He saw arcs of multicolored flame strike his men, only to see some turn to stone, glass and water. Impossible. Logic was worse than useless. The ground was soaked in the blood of orcs and Tau. The dust, howling winds and flame almost overwhelming. Like pillars of hope, the ethereals stood, a rallying point as many Tau forged their last stand around them. Again an axe-wielding monstrosity leapt upon Farsight, the titanic blow sending him reeling across the ground of the ancient temple. Farsight bade his sparking and breaking suit to rise, looking up to see the Molochite cower in front of the hexagrammic design carved upon the temple. In the hands of this worn, long-lost monument to a dead civilization sat a blade, gleaming amongst the smoke and debris.
The Dawn Blade.
The old warrior couldn't keep it up. Agony and blackness surged in his mind as he clutched his heart. His breaths were quick, and painful as he felt his old, war-scarred body begin to fail him. Shavastos, take command. Thank you, warriors, all of you. It has been an honor. The last words the son of Violar uttered as he pried the Xenos blade and swung it up to meet the descending burning axe. The blade carved through the axe and hand alike, shattering the Molochite and seeing the black-winged beast reeling. Respite. A chance Farsight wouldn't let slip. As he screamed with all he had left, the phoenix rises. See how it burns. You do not scare me, beast. I have slain imperial tyrants, orc warlords and psychic abominations. I shall destroy you too. The beast retreated, as Shavastos and Brightsword rocketed again to his side. His brothers had come to stand with him to the very end. The icons inside his suit gave Farsight information he had dreaded to read. The battle had been hours of grueling conflict. What once was the golden shine of vitality was now the charcoal grey of death. The ethereals had been slain.
Yay! Yay!
He roared over the horrific sight to see the desecrated body of the most holy. He had failed. He had
No, you succeeded. You succeeded. You are free. You are free.
his doubts, but he never wanted this. He had utterly failed. His voice joined a chorus over the comm waves as the Aru Kathar, the scream of 1,000 souls, wailed from the town. Farsight began to stand, his mind numb and his throat dry. He spoke out over the comms, baying the Tau to stand. It was slow, the grief insurmountable, but the icons of the Firecast began to rise. They would not die here. Farsight gathered himself, remembering his most important lesson, his environment. Use it. He looked at the desecrated temples around him, seeing the wave of Molochites avoiding the statues bearing the amulets, with the carving he recognized. The hexagram, the one from his vision, and the one he had carved across poor Malcor's chest. He was about to move, when finally the old warrior's heart began to fail. The Coalstar AI screaming alarms of cardiac failure. Through gritted
Yo, at a time like this, you're having a heart attack? My gosh.
teeth and hunched over, Farsight ordered his men to retrieve the amulets. They were the key to victory. Switch to flame and fusion. Deny the enemy blood for fuel. All cadres form a defensive line. Farsight, feeling his body numbing, roared forth once again. His strategy one favoured by his rival Shadow Son, the Kaoyun. Acting as bait, Farsight drew in the Molochites and the last of the Orc remnants, becoming the distraction. Cardiac failure, imminent, Coalstar blurted again. Farsight once again drew the Xenos blade and hurled the medallions into the flaring white gate. Ravenous energies burst from it in a flash, as though the Molochites vanished into thin air. Farsight knelt, the damage on his suit reflecting the warrior within, as death was coming to claim him. A bellicose roar sounded by the last of the orcs, charging upon the weakened foe. With the last ounce of his strength, Farsight cleaved the orcs apart, but with each swing he felt himself return, something akin to a righteous joy of a hunter's kill well made. Each swing felt better, invigorating. A smile crept across his face as the alarms of cardiac failure faded away.
The the Dawn Blade is doing its magical properties. It's working.
He hadn't felt like this in years. The Phoenix reborn, unstoppable.
Farsight in Exile. Okay.
there would be no new life on Arthas Moloch. At least not that of Tau or its allied races. The place was haunted. That much had been abundantly clear, and Farsight had already personally ordered to be quarantined in all official records. This world and its secrets would burn. The Tau Empire would take nothing from Arthas Moloch, but for agony, loss and grief. And the relic.
For people who, focus on research and understanding, it's quite a surprise to see that you guys are not going to invest in understanding this planet of, what is it called again? Moloch? Arthas Moloch, yeah. It is a bit surprising that you guys are not going down there researching all the abandoned buildings, any sort of hieroglyphics or other writings that are used to protect the place from warp entities. I'm quite surprised that you guys are not going there to go and research, but okay.
Saw that even now hummed with potential at the back of Farsight's mind. That, and 100 dizzying implications. As soon as Farsight had returned to the manifest dream, an Earthcast detail had attended him, 3 stocky medical personnel making concerned noises as they scanned him head to toe with their data wands. They had bustled him into a medsuit at the first opportunity, with a display of sycophancy he found particularly irritating, then doubled down on their preliminary investigations, checking and rechecking with their olfactory charms, pursed with expressions of distaste and confusion. He still lay there, now, fingers tapping at projected screens, so as to coordinate the efforts of the battle groups as they withdrew from the Molochite airspace. The chamber's threshold alert chimed brightly, the stone dragon's icon of a Vesa glowing over the smooth round arch above. Farsight rubbed his temples, attempting to massage away the tension headache lurking on the fringes of his consciousness.
Enter,
he said. The threshold door hissed open, and the stone dragon stepped in.
I assure you I am fit for duty, O Vesa.
That is what I came to see you about,
said the master scientist. He placed the back of his hands in a V shape, making the sign of the Valley of Woe.
That and the tragedy.
It is beyond awful. It is unthinkable.
It is. How did it happen, may I ask?
A heavy sigh escaped Farsight as he rubbed his eyes.
That the celestial caste goes to war of its own volition is known. They answer to no one but their fellow Aun. As is protocol, I ensured the ethereals had full escorts, but when the enemy chose to prioritize their destruction, I was too far away to intervene. It was my failure in the final reckoning. I underestimate the Molochites and their understanding of the Aun's importance. I fully expect Mauklar to be brought upon me and to be stripped of rank as a result.
Ovesa frowned.
But there's no one here to do that. The ethereals are dead, all 3. You are free. Commander Farsight, you are free. You and your enclaves are free.
Arthas Moloch was still a victory, in many ways.
A victory won at too high a cost!
Shouted Farsight. His
Details. It's for the greater good.
anger subsided, as suddenly as it had flared up, dampened down to a simmering sense of shame.
I offer contrition, old friend. I did not mean to react in such a manner. Perhaps I am not in a fit mental state for proper conversation at this time.
I do not place blame,
smiled Ovesa. Farsight knew those slate-grey eyes had watched 100 atrocities without flinching, each manufactured in the same name of progress. But at that moment they seemed filled only with benevolence.
I understand, O Shova. The loss of even a single Aun has a horrific impact on every caste.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It does not.
For the expedition to lose all 3 in a single engagement, it's enough to shatter the soul.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. I don't know why the demons focused on the ethereals, but once they did that, they freed you guys. It was a miracle.
Farsight just nodded, the grief robbing his words. His teeth pulled back in a grimace, and his eyes lost focus, their clarity robbed by despair. In silence the two sat there, the silence stretching between them.
I failed, O Vesa. I failed in the worst possible way.
The wretched have one advantage over the dead. They may yet find atonement.
You know of Puretide's teachings.
I have heard your commanders speak of him many times, though I would not presume to read his works, as that is the business of the Firecast alone.
Farsight kept his peace. He had often thought, in those quiet moments between wars, that the Earthcast could benefit a great deal from the tenets of honor laid down by Puretide. Perhaps now that he was de facto commander of the Enclaves, he could make it so.
Yes, make it so. Let's have a mix of the castes. Let's break down these walls that have been created by the ethereals. Let your people be free to express themselves, to join whichever caste they think they can support and that they are feeling comfortable with. If an earth caste wants to be a water caste, if a water caste wants to be an air caste, if a air caste wants to be a fire caste, let it happen. Let it happen. You are free.
He chased away the thought before it could take root, but it lingered in the back of his mind, scared off by the reflex of conventional thought, but refusing to be banished altogether.
Are the bodies of the ethereals in state for their proper memorial upon our return?
They are.
And do you happen to know if contact has been established with the nearest Aun Artol? Whether Aun Tipia or Aun Tefan have called for my censure?
Ovesa shook his head.
Not this close to the Gulf. The interference it causes upon our comm spectrums is quite extensive.
I see. Then I will face their judgment upon my return to the Enclaves.
There has been no talk of any Malkla, to my knowledge.
I would not expect you to understand the rituals of the Firecast, nor to be privy to the decisions regarding it. Is the Cold Star's data recoverable?
Your battlesuit and the Cold Star intelligence will be ready for your requisition within the Rautar. Incidentally, my thanks for retrieving that Molochite artifact for further study.
I did not retrieve it on your behalf. It is mine, and mine alone.
It belongs to the Tauva, as does everything else, of course. Still, it is a potent symbol of your victory upon Arthas Moloch, or so the Watercast claim. I assume you wish us to optimize the blade for further use?
I had considered that option, yes.
A more fitting hilt and a balanced housing will allow it to interface with the XV8's gauntlet, giving you a much improved reaction speed.
I see. And naturally, in the course of this optimization, you will study it extensively.
That process is already underway. Without the ethereals, and with you under ongoing medical investigation, I took the initiative and began the after-action analysis. The sword is a curious find. The structural analyzers are finding no correlations with existing metals thus far, other than with the medallion recovered by the ground teams. Even then, it bears little resemblance on a molecular level.
We still have one of the hexagrammatic talismans.
Oh yes, if that is what you wish to call it. I believe, rather than being a talisman, as you put it, it is a contra-empathic field generator that...
No, it's a talisman. Okay?
disrupts neural waves. From the footage of the battle, it appears the Molochite race find these devices most discomforting.
Indeed. I think it may run deeper than that.
So many anomalies to study,
said Ovesa, barely containing his glee.
Foremost among them, and the main reason for my presence here, is the matter of your rude health.
We Firecast find combat invigorating, and we fight hard, even when wounded.
Farsight.
Yeah, but this time it's not that easy. It's not that simple. No.
Shifted awkwardly.
The extent of your wounds prior to the second engagement was such that you should already be dead, or in a comatose state post-trauma at the very least. And yet, you appear to all scans to be at the median point of your life, rather than the end phase of a span that has already been extended to extreme levels. These do not correlate with your last diagnostic, which had you at advanced age and a high state of cellular deterioration.
The wonders of cutting-edge biomed support.
Not so. I examined the records from your last stay in our care. There is something else at play here, I am certain of it. Something that happened on Arthas Moloch. Let me illustrate my point.
The scientist held up his data wand parallel with the floor and moved it up gradually, drawing up a mirror field behind it. Farsight saw his own reflection and felt his heartbeat quicken in his chest. The reflected image was not that of a Tau in the winter of his life, though the lines of care were still there. Though the scars and blackened skin from his ordeal on Violos still marked him, the musculature, the sheen of the skin, were that of a warrior in his prime. Farsight said nothing, gazing at his own reflection, the face of a stranger, both young and old at the same time.
I'm sure your friends or your related... What's the word I'm looking for? Your apprentice friends of Master Puretide. When you meet up with them again one of these days, they'll be having the shock of their lives. Because I'm sure it will be like hundreds of years have passed by and they will be reawakened to find that you are still alive as well and amongst them. Farsight. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see that reunification of all the students of Master Puretide. They'll have the shock of their lives.
Stared back. A face he had not seen for decades stared back at Farsight, his reflection showing him in his prime, not the ancient warrior he was within. His victory upon Arthas Moloch had changed him forever, and it unnerved him. He did not understand how he had been transformed. Perhaps it was a gift or a curse from those who wielded the mind science, or that eerie strange world itself had changed him. Upon Arthas Moloch the Enclaves had lost all their ethereals, a tragedy mourned by the billions from across its fleets and worlds. Arthas Moloch had left scars on the inside too, ones that made Farsight choose the drastic but right choice. Before Bravestorm, Brightsword, Oblatai 5, and high-ranking members of the other castes, he surrendered his command. All protested, but Farsight interrupted, telling them that this responsibility is what he had trained them all for. The decades by their side as their commander, as their friend, meant he trusted them implicitly. Something on that accursed world had wounded something deep within, and he had to pull away, lest this growing corruption consume him. Farsight left the Enclave's instability and good hands, sorrowful to abandon his brothers and those who relied upon him. Upon the wastelands of Violas, the Firecast legend wandered, finding a place to rest in his self-imposed exile. Something fought within for his soul, a rising bile that had no release, one he had to constantly press down. It had been a long journey from the training grounds upon Viola to Mount Kanji, to the war across the stars like Arkunasha, Dal'yth, and the battle to reclaim the Enclave worlds. News of the dead ethereals and the now missing High Commander Farsight reached the core worlds of the Empire. Our supreme ethereal Aunvar declared a period of mourning for the great hero, defender of Arkunasha and Dal'yth, High Commander of the Second Expedition, champion of the greater good, Farsight. Statues.
Oh, they don't know that he's still alive. They don't know that the sword is extending his life. They think by now, under natural circumstances, he would be dead. They're in for a shock of their lives, definitely.
and monuments were raised. Video replays of his speeches and battles reigned across media of all the worlds in the yoke of the great empire. But in a cave sat Farsight, in meditation, his mind lingering to the events of Arthas Moloch and those he had followed for his entire life, the Ethereals. The retreat of Arkunasha, the suspected murder of Master Puretide, and his words not to trust them. The ethereal cast cancelled sending him away. The sacrifice of the stasis-locked Tau. The propaganda he had been a part of, and even starred in. The Mons Tau. The time of ruin before the Ethereals. And the Fiutan. The sudden appearance of the ethereal cast. All things he lingered upon. Now no longer in the presence of an ethereal, he thought to the many orders and actions that now in retrospect seemed immoral. Farsight began to feel panic, to question even the Tau Va was madness. But this unifying ideology had been thrust down his throat his entire life, and it was created by them, the Ethereals.
Bingo. Bingo.
He had seen them lie, make those who blurred the lines between castes go missing, keep information to themselves. How much did they truly understand about the Molochites? How much did they keep about the wider galaxy and the universe itself from the other castes? Why did it disturb the Tau Va to be Vashya? Surely wisdom and knowledge could be of use to all the castes.
Divide and conquer. To control the society, the Ethereals made sure to divide them into different groupings or different castes, and they're able to manage you all effectively, giving you your purposes. You are this, you are that, you cannot merge with the other caste. If you do something to that effect, you are a threat to this perfect society that we've created. It's divide and conquer tactics.
Even Master Puretide's teachings were applicable. Fire, water, earth, and air. It had been the harmony and combination of those ways of thinking that had saved the Enclave worlds. Perhaps there was a greater good that could unite the Tau and many other species together, but did it require an unquestioning ruling class?
Heretic. Heretic.
The very survival and thriving enclaves were tantamount to that very idea. For nearly a century, Farsight lived inside the wastes of Violos. His mindset, the truth he had uncovered, he feared too dangerous to bring back to the greater Tau society. The bile and corruption that he had felt linger since Arthas Moloch had passed in this peaceful existence. He had conquered the monster within. Avoided the monster he would have become if he had stayed.
I think you'll still become that monster eventually. You've seen the future. You've seen the future. The demons have given you that foresight. One way or another, it is going to happen. They will orchestrate it somehow, some way for it to happen. And the longer you have that blade in your possession, it's assured you're going to kill Ethereals. You're going to have one of them in your bare hands, and you're going to strangle the life out of him. Your homeworld is also going to be destroyed, and there are people, put into chains and pulled away to be slaves somewhere. We don't know where exactly. I think that future is still going to come into realization.
Was peaceful. A life never permitted in the robust boundaries of caste life in the Tau Empire. He could have stayed there forever, until one day Farsight looked to the skies and saw it bloom into a disgusting purple-grey above the desert refuge. The cacti and creepers that had provided him with water grew, out of control, into new horrific shapes. An invasion had come to Violos, something that was changing the substance of his home to better suit its purposes. Farsight felt his guts sink. He closed his eyes and knew his people were in danger. He thought to the visions he had seen upon Arthas Moloch, of a great devourer of gnashing claws and fangs.
Ah, the Tyranids. Okay. I didn't know that they are able to make the fauna and flora on a planet grow large for it to be consumed by the Tyranids. Yeah, I didn't know about that. That's quite interesting.
Farsight found his resolve and knew that he would once again have to assume the hero's mantle. To the Cast Council of the Enclaves, the hero, Commander Farsight, returned. To Bravestorm, Brightsword and Oblatai 5, who never thought to see their mentor alive again, were overjoyed. The legend Farsight embraced his command once again. Inside the latest iteration of the Cold Star suit, and with Dawnblade in his hand, the Enclaves regrouped and prepared to face this new enemy. The Great Devourer, the Tyranids the human allies called them. Tysna's monsters whose numbers were almost endless. A great biofleet that swarmed worlds and devoured all the biomass until nothing was left in its wake. An enemy that couldn't be reasoned, negotiated with, or shown the wisdom of the Tau Va. Farsight began, absorbing as much information as he could about his new enemy, seeking to create a predictive strategy worthy of the moniker Farsight.
And now you don't have any ethereal to hold you back. You have no ethereals here to tell you, there's not going to be any reinforcements, or you're not going to move here, you're not going to do that. No, there's no one here to tell you anything. Do what you must.
Across all the worlds of the Enclaves, new generations born upon these very worlds prepared to fight for the legendary commander. They steeled their hearts and looked bravely to the skies to see the clouds of gnashing teeth descend. Commander Farsight and the Enclaves met the Tyranid horde, as arcs of plasma munitions plunged into the biomass of ravenous Tysna swarms. The Tyranids fell in their thousands, as hot burning plasma arced and singed flesh. Brave Firecast warriors in turn finding their own armor and skin devoured, melted by horrific venomous weapons. The clashing of armies and munitions filled Farsight's display in a scene of apocalypse. Even upon Arthas Moloch he had not seen such raw destructive hate. Perhaps long ago he had conquered fear, but to see the hordes of the Tyranids knotted something within his stomach. To the skies once again, Farsight, Bravestorm, Brightsword and Oblatai 5 descended, alongside 80 teams of crisis suits. The Crimson exviates like tears of blood raining the Mont cars towards the leading bioforms. Farsight seeking to break the connection to the overall hive mind by cutting these nodes down.
Good.
Attempting to turn the Tyranid horde into little more than rambling beasts. But at every step, the Tyranid horde adapted. Each strategy and fine-tuning of Farsight was met with an equal response. It was the battle of two minds, on the grand strategy board that left war a stalemate. One Farsight couldn't afford to keep up, as thousands upon thousands of Tau lost their lives over the many months of the grueling conflict. It was like Arthas Moloch. This was an enemy that couldn't be fought by conventional means, and Farsight knew it. To the now ancient Earthcast scientist, Ovesa, Farsight turned, the two devising a strategy together. The world of Vialos was to be evacuated. It was a planet Farsight had once fought so hard for, but it now had been ravaged by war, in the process of consumption by an enemy without number. Within an Earthcast facility, with his elite cadre, his brothers and a team of Earthcast scientists, Farsight locked themselves inside, preparing to turn the world from a prospective meal into a trap. 8 days the Tyranid horde ran freely across the plains of Violas, creeping their way towards the entombed Farsight and his men. Finally the monsters had come, their great numbers forced into the confinements of the facility, where Farsight and his chosen few lay in ambush. Bunched together inside, the overwhelming numbers of the horde were useless, as Farsight and his warriors leapt forward, each taking on a duel after duel, as these nightmarish creatures did his best to slip through. Each second of time bought was precious, as Farsight and his men piled up the bodies inside the corridors.
But you know what? In terms of the Tyranids and their invasion of Violas, right? I don't know. I would expect the Tyranids to have a lictor, first terrorize the population and of course kill Commander Puretide. Not Puretide, sorry. Farsight, yes, sorry. To kill Commander Farsight. I would expect the lictor to be on the planet and targeting him specifically. Anyways.
Farsight himself was soaked in blood. The Dawnblade cleaved thousands of Tyranids, but the Tyranids kept coming. Farsight prepared for his death. He had come close so many times before, and if his century-long existence ended in the heat of battle, it was exactly where he wanted to be.
Arks of Omen.
Farsight peered down upon the surface of Violos. His eyes flickered across the growing toxic cloud that was the Tyranid biomass. He saw it sag with sickness and decay, and the genius self-replicating poison of Ovesa and the Earth-caste scientists devouring the Devourer.
Wow, the Tyranids could not adapt to this poison, self-replicating poison. In time, they could not adapt in time. That's quite impressive. Yeah, that's really quite impressive. If it's the Imperium of Man, we just use our brute strength, brute force to destroy the enemy. But here you guys, you've made a poison that can actually kill them. I wonder whether it will work the second time around. I wonder about that. If it was a different hive fleet, whether it would work the same way. Interesting though.
But his mind was elsewhere, as he thought to those brave Tau who had saved the Enclaves. Those Earth-caste scientists had volunteered to stay behind, consuming the poison within themselves, and allowing the Tyranids to ravage them. A lethal trap that spread the sickness directly into the hive. They had made the ultimate sacrifice for the greater good, an act he had seen many times with the Fire Caste, but it moved him to see that very same resolve in another caste.
Because at the end of the day, you are all Tau. You are not your castes. You are Tau. That's how you should see yourselves. And not water caste, not fire caste, not air caste, not earth caste. You are Tau. And if you all understand that you are Tau, anything is possible in your unity. Not under the Tauva of the ethereals. I think you guys should also just cut that word out from your lexicon as a people. Stop using that Tauva line. Stop it. And also the greater good, maybe you need to say the greater Tau. Say something else. But at the end of it all, you are all Tau people. You are not your castes. Let that stuff go.
It was a choice that showed him the greater good could endure without the ethereals, without their manipulation, without their presence. A society of the collective, working in harmony without the oppressive leadership and manipulation. Farsight knew in his heart that he couldn't hide away. He had to protect what the Enclaves represented. Commander Farsight returned, as news made its way to the heart of the Tau Empire, of the supposed return of the great hero, but his refusal to join Tau society. The Enclaves had seceded from the Tau Empire. The The name Farsight was purged from the Tau histories. Statues and academies were torn down, as a shame was wiped away by the supreme ethereal, Aunvar. It was a hatred not reflected within Farsight's heart, as news came of the Imperium of Man's second attempt at the core Sept worlds arrived. The second Agrillian campaign, a defense of the Tau's third sphere of expansion, helmed by the legendary Commander Shadowsun, looked to the skies, as Tau forces donning in crimson red came to the aid of their brethren. The forces of Farsight and the Imperium clashed once again, Farsight once more facing Space Marines upon the field of battle.
I was hoping that these two factions of the Tau would, continue to be separate, and, that they would not defend each other when times get tough, especially in terms like this with the Second Crusade happening. I was hoping, but maybe we should just be a bit more patient as the Imperium of Man. The simmering tensions between these two factions of the Tau Empire are going to explode. One way or another, the Ethereals cannot allow the Farsight enclaves to continue. They cannot allow it. It is a threat to their control over the Tau Empire. They will have to intervene in quashing Commander Farsight and his little, enclave. They will have to intervene. So I think maybe this crusade was a bit too rushed by the Imperium of Man. They should have just waited. They should have gathered more intel on their enemies, especially now that there's two factions of the Tau Empire. And they should just be patient. They should just wait and see how they proceed. And we have all the time. As the Imperium of Man, we have all the time. We can wait. They, on the other hand, cannot wait. The Ethereals cannot wait. They need to deal with this matter before it gets out of hand. Before more and more Tau see the Farsight enclaves as an alternative to the way they live in the Tau Empire. Now they have a choice. Now they can choose whether they follow the Ethereals or they follow Commander Farsight and his enclaves. And once this schism continues to grow, a civil war is going to appear. It's going to be possible within the Tau Empire. And when that happens, I want the Imperium of Man to stay out of it. Only proceed when the dust has settled. When one faction is the victor and will be weaker. And you have the opportunity to finally put this thorn at our side to rest. Yeah. But it is a bit disappointing, on the Imperium of Man side, if I can say it like that, that Commander Farsight has sent forces to defend, the Tau Empire proper. But let us be patient.
Despite his aid to the Empire, the Ethereal Council ordered Shadowsun to immediately capture him, something she secretly leaked to the exiled commander, a last favour of friendship between the two. Farsight and his forces once again returned across the Damocles Gulf to find an uprising of orcs. Farsight in equal parts frustrated and excited at battling this long-standing foe. The forces of the then Enclaves found themselves surrounded as another foe joined the war. Great fleets in haunting vessels appeared, Space Marines unlike anything Farsight had seen before.
Oh, okay, these are the Chaos Space Marines, alright, yeah.
Plunged his way into Enclave space, ones that offered their service to these seeming gods of chaos. Once again, Farsight took his forces to that accursed world of Arthas Moloch, seeking to draw in the orcs and these Chaos Space Marines to fight each other. The battle was on a scale of destruction that pressed the Enclave forces to the brink. Disciplined lines of fire-cast warriors held the lines against the rampaging green-skinned savages and the horrific forces of chaos. Even with the lure working, and Farsight launching his renowned Montcars against the enemy leadership, they began to be overrun. Tau in their thousands began to fall, once again their blood soaking the sands of this dead world.
Blood for the blood god.
Commander Brightsword was slain, once again Farsight having to live through that grief and pain. Even Bravestorm and Oblatai 5 were critically injured. Farsight began to feel the desperation grow within. He would give anything for his people to live. Anything.
How much is your soul worth, Farsight? How much is it?
Dispatching messengers across the Gulf, Farsight offered his own life in exchange for protection and aid from the Tau Empire. He knew the Ethereals wanted him dead, but his offer was rebuked. The people of the Enclaves, to them, had been corrupted, and they would not fit within the Tau Var now.
This is good. This is very, very good. Now, like I stated before, the Imperium of Man just have to be patient. We just have to sit and watch them. And they will eat themselves. And once the dust is settled, we can come in and give them the Emperor's mercy. Once and for all. Let us be patient.
Farsight was furious. How could the Ethereal's hate of him be so blinding? Once again, Farsight had to think, to form his strategy, one that would use his environment in ways that truly disgusted him.
And Farsight, they're not... It's not you that they hate, if I can say it like that. It's not just you. It's the entire society that you have developed, that you have pushed, that you have created in terms of the Farsight enclaves. What is happening there is a threat to their control over the Tau Empire, and that is why they will never help any of you ever again, and why they see you guys as a failed offshoot of the Empire. And this is good. Like I said, for the Imperium of Man, this is good. We just have to be patient.
But what choice did he have? Recreating the events over a century before, Farsight used the blood of the fallen Marines and Orcs to open a portal. Those Molochites began to flood the enemy forces, but something hot and furious began to bubble within Farsight.
Blood for the blood god.
He looked to his own men, those that were being cut down, and felt disgust. He darted across the field of battle, with a speed and mobility that left him a blur before his enemy's eyes.
Skulls for the Skull Throne.
Orcs and Chaos Marines were torn in two. Oceans of blood ran from Dawnblade, as Farsight kept on killing.
How much is your soul worth?
He felt such fury and hate with each swing that it threatened to swallow him whole. His mind began to flicker with visions. He saw himself, a warrior king, becoming an avatar of a blood god.
Aha!
His battlesuit transformed into a titan-sized, axe-wielding monstrosity, covered in the skulls of the Ethereals who had abandoned his people. The weak would die by his hand as he spilled rivers of blood wherever he would walk. His
Indeed.
teeth were clenched, his rage was apocalyptic, and his mind pulsated with pain and venom. It was that image of a monster wearing his skin, and the thoughts of Puretide, of Case, and Shadowsun that snapped the veteran warrior back to his sense. He felt sick, like something dark had hung over him. He had been drawn in deeper into the mosh pit of violence by something upon this world, and it was going to get his men killed. With the Orcs, Chaos Marines and Molochites drawn fully into an all-out war, Farsight drew the Enclave forces back. To the orbit of Arthas Moloch, Farsight looked down upon the destruction.
I am not worried. The Chaos Gods may not have got, Commander Farsight now. But they will get him, eventually. It's just a matter of time. There will come a situation where he is put into a corner and he will be so desperate to save his people. And when that moment comes, they will ask a question: how much is your soul worth? How much are you prepared to sacrifice for your victory? And then Khorne will have him. And then there will be more fighting and civil war occurring in the Tau Empire. Commander Farsight will be killing ethereals, left, right, and center. He'll be killing them as the Tau Empire consumes itself in this chaotic blood spree. And once the dust is settled, the Imperium of Man can come and clean up the mess. I'm happy. I'm happy.
Something about this world had changed forever, like something had been stolen from it. The mutual destruction of the Orcs and Chaos Marines brought about peace once again to the realm of the Enclaves. A peace that would have to be protected by Farsight. His people were now damned, never able to return to Tau society. But what they had built was harmony, a balance of castes, humans and aliens that worked together towards a greater good. It was a society, a future that Farsight would protect with his life. To the billions donned in crimson red, they looked to their hope, their protector, their champion of their greater good, Commander Farsight.
Alright guys, that is it with Commander Farsight, 40k lore, voiced by Evox in the Void, made on the Amber King YouTube channel. Yeah, this was nice. This was very nice. You know, with the Amber King, I've always been focusing on the Imperium of Man, Warhammer 40k lore, and this is the first time that I'm focusing on a Xeno race. And yeah, Commander Farsight was an interesting character to know about. His past, where he comes from, his determination, his will, his capabilities, his fortitude, his morals, his ethics. You know, as someone who truly believed in the greater good, fighting for his people, fighting for the planets that his people have colonized, and all that he has sacrificed, and all that his friends and his close confidants have sacrificed in the name of the greater good. And the fact that he also slowly but surely, gradually understood that the greater good is beyond the ethereals. You must look beyond the ethereals for your true peace, or to find true unity. Because the people who are dividing you, the people who are keeping you down, the people who are making your the entire Tau race as tools and as weapons of war, are the ethereal caste. And they need to be cast down. The tyranny of this caste must be brought down. And I think Commander Farsight is going to be the catalyst to do that for the Tau Empire. But at the cost of that all would be the destruction of the Tau Empire as we know it. And that's good. Because guys, I don't know if you know this, but I support the Imperium of Man. I support humanity. I like this character, Commander Farsight. He's good, but he's gotta go. Like all the other Xeno races in the Tau Empire, they gotta go. It must be cleansed. So, like I've stated before, the Imperium of Man just have to be patient. They just have to be patient. They just have to watch the Farsight Enclaves and the Tau Empire eat themselves. Either the ethereals are going to try to communicate with the Chaos Gods, you know, by them worshipping, not worshipping, but, you know, chanting to summon some sort of demon, because that was a part of the visions that were given to Commander Farsight. He saw a vision where the ethereals were chanting. So I'm assuming they're chanting, trying to bring forth a demon, you know, into the material world. So either Commander Farsight is going to be killing the ethereals because of that reason, or Commander Farsight is going to be consumed by the Chaos God Khorne. He's going to be backed into a corner with his people, and he's going to be desperate. And he is going to sell his soul to Khorne for more power. And as it consumes him, the fate of the Enclaves is sealed. And also the Tau Empire. So one way or another, the Tau Empire is going to implode. And I'm just telling the Imperium of Man, just wait. Just wait for it. It will happen. And once it happens, you can come in there and clean up what's ever left of the Tau Empire. But for the moment, what Commander Farsight is doing with his Enclaves is very good. I want their people to see themselves as Tau and not in their castes. Because that's the type of tool that has been used by the ethereals to divide and conquer them and make sure that they are under the control of the ethereals. So yeah, what Commander Farsight and his people are doing in the Enclaves is very good. It's a example of what is possible for the Tau people. It's very good. And yeah, you know, also hearing about all of these types of technologies that the Tau Empire uses in the field of battle, you know, how advanced they are, it is quite impressive, really. However, as we all know, they're not really experts in melee combat, and you need to be an expert in melee combat in Warhammer 40k. There's no way you can just be an expert in long-range weapons. You know, you have to be an expert in close-quarter battle. I think now the only person that we know of in the Tau Empire that is good at close-quarter battle is Commander Farsight. Maybe also Shadow Sun and Case, probably. But yeah, there's not many fighters of the fire caste that are good in close-quarter battle. So, you know, that is a disadvantage to the Tau. But everything else that they have, the technology, their space travel, their understanding of tactics, and their advantage in terms of the technology, in terms of the scout drones, the fact that they can cloak as well, and, you know, all of this advancement in infrastructure of their cities, of their communities, it's all very impressive. I will give that to them. I'm not going to, you know, deny that the Tau have made an amazing society. Really, they've achieved a lot. It is something that would be an example for the Imperium of Man. But like I've stated before, I do not support the Tau. So I still see them as a threat, but it is something to highlight about the Tau, that they are not only advanced in their warfare, but they are advanced as a society in terms of their living conditions and the infrastructure that they invest in creating their society. Really, it's impressive. And, you know, the fact that Osho, at a young age, you know, he focused so much on trying to become the best, you know, fire caste warrior, to fight for his people, to fight for the greater good, and, you know, how he elevated into, or should I say promoted into his positions at a very young age compared to his, you know, classmates. He succeeded where many have failed. And the fact that he also has a photographic memory, he used it at its fullest effect, you know, to his advantage, to the advantage of the greater good. And he succeeded in many situations where victory was within sight, but because of the ethereals and their political decisions, it hindered many possible successes for Commander Farsight. But he tried his best. He really, really tried his best in his positions, whether he was just Osho or Oshova, and also becoming the High Commander of the Farsight Enclaves. Really, he tried his best in each and every single responsibility that has been given to him. He succeeded. It's just that there are others out there within the greater good that wish to pull him down from his position, or those that would try to, you know, control him, making sure that he does not become too powerful within the Tau Empire. But yeah, he's an amazing character. I cannot wait for his downfall. I cannot wait. How is it going to unfold for him and the Tau Empire? Yeah. Okay, guys, that's it. Thank you again to a Vox in the Void for you know, adding his voice acting into the video. It's been really nice to hear him, and also the other voice actors as well in the video. Thank you also to the Amber King for producing such quality content, focusing on Warhammer 40k and also focusing on Commander Farsight of the Tau Empire. And thank you to all those who requested that I should react to this video. Like I said before, this is a different type of situation here, you know, focusing on a Xeno race in Warhammer 40k, focusing on the Tau, because usually I'm always with humanity, with the Primarchs, with the Astartes, belonging to the Imperium of Man, and now, you know, this is something that's different, and it was interesting, especially with the long names, the long, you know, Xeno names. I don't know how do these guys pronounce those names so fluidly, you know, just with little effort. It seems like there's little effort. But yeah, with me, I would have struggled. With many of the names that these people are called, I would have struggled, really. And also the language, the Tau language that they're using. Yeah, it's quite impressive. But yeah, it was really good. Really enjoyable to listen to. And yeah, hopefully you guys also enjoyed my reaction to this video. Remember, if you want to check out the original video as well as the Amber King's YouTube channel, the links are going to be in the description below. If you like my reaction, please give it a like, comment, and subscribe to my channel. Click on the notification bell if you want to be up to date with my latest videos. And I'll see you guys next time. Okay? Bye-bye.